Okay, so it's been a bit since I streamed. Unfortunately, was feeling pretty sick. Ended up actually getting strep throat. It's not fun. So, but we're gonna react to some videos. First one is every new MMO coming in 2023 and beyond, and what can you play by Force Gaming. I'm assuming when he says what you can play is like what might actually be coming out, or maybe beta testers, stuff like that is what I would guess. So let's take a look at the video.
If there's one thing I've learned about MMOs over these past 15 years, it's never count on a release date. These games take a long time, cost a lot of money, and development never goes as planned. So when a new MMO gets revealed and claims we're launching this year,
even the releases don't really go that well, so
expect the next year, or maybe even the year after that. This is true for a number of games we'll be taking a look at today. Many of which were supposed to have launched in 2022 or earlier, but now look to be coming in 2023 or later. I've been putting together a video like this since 2014. I've been doing this annually.
He's been doing it for a long time. I remember seeing his videos back then.
From the prior year's list, if that gives you pretty much any indication that would sum up the whole thing for you. I can't predict the future, but I can tell you where each game currently stands, how development is looking, and
based on what they've shown,
to be able to play the game within 2023. Before we jump,
and it's usually rule of thumb is like more gameplay means sooner release date, less gameplay means further release date in general.
Jump into the list though, let's get a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Ridge Ring. You may know Ridge from durable compact wallets and watches. Well, now they have their own range of rings. These two are quite durable and come in a variety of materials, including carbon fiber, tungsten, carbide, 24 karat gold, and titanium. They have an outer beveled edge for on-hand comfort and an inner convex shape for a comfortable no-pinch fit. And each ring comes with a dual-band silicone ring if you want to something a little more comfortable.
I mean, if you like simple, then that's actually really nice.
To try, I've had it for a bit, and it's nice. Like the watches and wallets, the thing has some heft to it. It feels strong, comfortable, and quite durable. They also come with a guarantee. Whether you lose a ring or need to swap sizes, each purchase comes with the option of 2 exchanges for the same ring in the same
That's funny. That almost seemed like a commercial for his sunglasses and not the ring.
Different size. Right now, you can save up to 40% by following my link, ridge.com/force, through December 22nd. Okay.
I think it'd be more interesting if they allowed you to like actually put in some inscription, like whether either wording or symbols like onto it. That'd be pretty cool.
Okay, so let's start with the games that currently either have a confirmed release window in 2023 or seem very likely to be playable in some form, be that early access, alpha, or
like what I was talking about.
First up is Blue Protocol, the MMO that seems...
I'm very like I'm looking forward to Blue Protocol, but I'm also like, man, I have a feeling it's gonna do the Tower of Fantasy route, and I think that's what I'm really worried about with that one. So we'll see. I'm gonna play it no matter what, but it's like, I don't know. I think as an MMO player, like you kind of have to have that mentality where it's like, well, I'll play it, but it probably will suck.
Likely to officially launch this year,
or it'll be like, it's gonna suck, whether it's like pay to win stuff or like people just not playing anymore starts to die, which in MMOs is always like a big deal. So
just recently the game was confirmed to be coming out in the spring in Japan and later in the year for the West. Blue Protocol is an anime
because the game looks good.
Not typically my preferred visual style for this genre. I am quite looking forward to this one, as I've
I understand, but to me it's like I don't really have a preferred visual style, if I'm gonna be honest. Like I like Black Desert, I like Warcraft, I like Final Fantasy, also like this type, like Genshin, well, I guess not Genshin, like Zelda, Breath of the Wild kind of look. So
I've been really impressed by what I've seen in terms of the gameplay and combat.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Everything looks really slick, smooth, responsive, impactful. I've heard a lot of good feedback from early testing of the game, and I really like a lot of the animation work on display. Just everything about the combat, the gameplay in Blue Protocol looks really solid from what I've seen. Quite possibly the biggest downside for...
And that's it has to have that, because outside of that, the game rarely offers anything that much other than like gotcha waifus. So
this one, though, is that it's not what some would consider a true MMO, but more of
that's
a
pretty cool.
lobby-based shared world with instanced zones, loading screens between them, and player caps in all of it. Outside of that, though, Blue Protocol will have the standard suite of theme park MMO offerings, dungeons, PvP content, crafting and life skills, various zones to explore, bosses to fight, etc. The game's got a bit of story emphasis as well, with the main story quest said to be an epic journey through time. The game will be launching with 5 different playable classes. There's the Blade Ward.
Usually when they mean epic, most games when they refer to that, that's just like big bad guy, go beat big bad guy. And that's about as epic as it gets. Like, that's their version of epic.
Then a Master of Sword and Shield. This is a close-range defensive class, or a tank, basically. The Twin Striker is another close-range melee class, but more of a brawler. There's the Keen Strider, a ranged bow user.
That looks bad.
This is a technical class that specializes in
that looks really bad
and excels at mid and long range.
Okay, that's a little better.
And there's the Spellweaver, a high difficulty, long distance.
I don't know the levels, but if you saw the previous class was only doing like a couple of hundred damage, this dude just did like 700.
Mage class suitable for party play.
Yeah. Oh no, that's 62. Okay, I'm blind.
Play with the ability to eliminate target.
Is that really the case? I gotta see this again. One second.
This is a technical class that specializes in party battles and
288,
mid and long range.
119. Is that an exclamation point? That is so confusing. Why would they have an exclamation point? The damage numbers on this game looks pretty terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
Then there's the Spellweaver.
657. I knew it. Like, he does hit pretty hard.
Long distance mage class suitable for party play with the ability to eliminate targets quickly from afar. And lastly is the Foe Breaker, a close to medium range.
What a... He was about to unleash a big spell and then they like moved it to the next one. That was kind of dumb.
Crowd control class that maintains the battle line with a heavyweight hammer. So every class in Blue Protocol can equip up to 4 skills that can be...
I mean, that's obviously low level gameplay, which kind of sucks that it does look pretty crappy. Gonna be honest, did not look that good, but it's obviously low level gameplay.
And modified with skill points, you'll equip various combinations of these skills,
that's pretty cool.
Modifiers, and abilities to customize
a weird weapon.
your different preferred play style. They've also got these things called mystical echoes, these spiritual remnants of creatures with powerful attacks for you to summon in battle. You'll be able to obtain echoes during quest or even craft them using special.
Oh, they got that from Elden Ring.
The game has got the typical
that's funny.
anime.
I mean, it's smart.
Customization options with different facial features, hairstyles, outfits, accessories, and all sorts of quirky facial expressions. Other features of Blue Protocol include the ability to craft custom weapons.
Like, not gonna lie, this is what I really wanted from Phantasy Star Online with their MMO.
Gear, a variety of different types of mounts. They've got diverse biomes to explore, all of the standard fare of fantasy locations, highlands, plains, mountains, deserts, and forests. And actually, from what I've seen, some of the environmental art and design, just the landscapes and the zones that you'll be playing in are really top notch. Like, this is really good looking stuff. Again, I typically don't prefer
it does look really good
aesthetic for MMOs, but I do find the visuals appealing in Blue Protocol quite a lot. Now, as mentioned early on here, this is an instance-based shared world game. They've said that zones will have a maximum of 30 players, towns will go up to 200, dungeon groups will consist of 6 players. Now, they have said that there will be 0 pay to win in the game. There is
hopefully that's not too low on the volume.
No pay for power or
volume, whatever.
However,
Okay.
in a recent
I say words
live
weirdly,
stream,
so
they have confirmed apparently that there will
it's
be
just getting
gacha
too loud for me.
some kind in the game. So rip, I guess. I don't know. Hopefully the rest.
Well, a gacha is not a rip on its own. For me, I have no real problems with gachas. At least I've come to accept them as a way of life with gaming until freaking our legislators are going to get involved. There's nothing we can do. I just don't personally usually get involved in it. But as long as it doesn't really have like energy stuff, like I cannot stand the energy ones, just because a lot of times when they have that in there, it usually means that they've capped out a lot of things. Like whether it's gathering, dungeons, whatever it may be, it interrupts the gameplay. Unlike the gacha stuff, which is gachas you can ignore. Like you can play around a gacha system. You can't play around an energy system. You just either gotta stop playing or pay money.
Rest of the game offers enough of a fun experience to at least get some enjoyment out of it before having to dig too deep into our wallets, but I guess we will see. Blue Protocol will be free to play. It's currently planned to release on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, first in Japan in the spring, and then everywhere else in the...
I'm always hesitant when Japanese releases, because they always take forever to release to anywhere else after they've released in Japan. I have no idea why. Like, Phantasy Star took a long time. There's a few others. And then, like, the one I really wanted to play, which never even came to the States, which sucks, which is the Dragon's Dogma. Like, that was a really, or at least, I didn't play the MMO, but I did play, like, the normal PS2, I think, or PS3 game. And that was like one of my favorite games of all time.
Second half of 20.
Really sucks I couldn't ever
no
get to
firm
play it.
Here, but yes, if you're going to count on any new
I think it
MMO
closed.
coming out next year, Blue Protocol should be near the top of your list. Next up is Throne and Liberty. This is a game that has actually been in development for a very long time.
This one does look pretty interesting.
It started out as a successor to Lineage, the medieval fantasy MMO developed by NCSoft back in 1998. That game got a sequel called Lineage 2, which launched in 2003, and then what was supposed to be Lineage 3 was revealed in 2011. Originally, this was called Project TL, and it was a top-down ARPG MMO.
That looks kind of crappy. Looks really slow.
However, after many years in development and going through several restarts, they decided to make some drastic changes, which led to the current game we see today.
Yeah, they definitely needed it, because even like Hades is just 10 times better than what this is showing.
Throne and Liberty, its new name, is no longer a top-down Diablo-esque hack-and-slash MMO. Instead, we've got a third-person action game
that is
realistic visuals and combat that on the surface...
That's like a total 180 in terms of like development. They probably had to trash literally everything from that previous one.
Looked to be reminiscent of something like Black Desert Online, although we did learn through developer interviews that it's more of an action hybrid system, which leads me to believe it'll be some sort of soft lock, maybe similar to what they do in Elder Scrolls Online. Some of the key...
I didn't catch that. 1 second.
It's an action game with realistic visuals and combat that on the surface looked to be reminiscent of something like Black Desert Online, although we did learn through developer interviews that it's more of an action hybrid system, which leads me to believe it'll be some sort of soft lock, maybe similar to what they do in Elder Scrolls Online. Some of the
as long as they make the combat feels impactful, like that's one of my big issues with ESO or Elder Scrolls Online, was that the combat just really felt like bad, like floaty. Like a lot of things you didn't feel like it had any weight to them. So hopefully they don't lean too much into the ESO combat.
The key features of Throne and Liberty include a weapon class system where you are not locked into a role or class, but instead you pick 2 weapons that will determine your class, kind of like what New World does, except this game will have...
I was just about to say that. That's exactly what New World does.
More than 3 abilities per weapon. It's said to have a massive open world with dynamic weather that directly affects enemies, your abilities, and even the terrain. So this system has implications such as making bosses stronger or weaker depending on the...
I don't know how I feel about those kind of things where it's like you don't really have a class, like it's your weapon that kind of determines it. Because with New World, I'll be honest, I wasn't really a big fan of it, so
whether
I don't know.
Enhancing or debuffing player ability.
Which I know doesn't really make sense, because it's like each class has like its weapon. Like warriors are usually like an axe or something, or berserkers are like an axe.
Abilities and attacks, and even restricting or opening up access to various parts of the world. Outside of the natural changes to the weather cycles, players will also be able to unlock a special one-off ability to call in a storm or even summon up a solar eclipse, which...
What the heck?
Speaking of which...
That doesn't really... I have a feeling that may not make it out of beta, just because for an MMO to give a single player that level of influence, I just feel like you're going to run into issues, especially if there's more than like a couple of people. Imagine like 10 people trying to do that all at once.
Day-night cycle will also play into these adjustments. Its weather and day-night cycle will change the battlefield in those various means. The enemy types, what enemies spawn, making them stronger or weaker.
There was a game that did this. What was it? It's super old MMO. I forget the name of it now. It was kind of interesting. that once night fell, like the enemies would become like pretty much elites. Like everyone, like it just became way, way harder. What was that game? I remember it was like gory as heck. Like it was one of the most gory games for its time. At least on the MMO space. Yeah, that's gonna bother me. I'll try to find it later, but yeah, it had a somewhat similar system in that the day and night would affect what actually spawns.
Making players' abilities and attacks stronger or weaker, and yeah, changing up.
That's kind of dumb. I don't like that. How do I say this so it doesn't sound bad? But I don't like when things outside of the player's control can reflect badly on its damage. I guess it would depend on like, because it's just annoying having to run with multiple weapons just because of like the time of day you're playing. Like if it all of a sudden gets dark in the game, and then all of a sudden now your weapon that you like to use is kind of trash. So it's going to depend on how much it affects it and how easy it is to get other gear to be like at the same level.
It's a pretty cool system. There's also a big focus on challenging cooperative PvE. They said that this can be seen most clearly in the game's boss fights, which include these huge open field boss battles
that's pretty cool.
Potentially up to hundreds of players to take on.
Hundreds of players. That's the problem with that is going to be how they set up their servers. Like if the servers are all merged, that's not going to be any issue. But if you're playing on a server without as many people, and those things require hundreds of people, it's just not like you're immediately locked out of that content, which is dumb.
Got this interesting mechanic where rather than having traditional mounts, they decided to make everyone a druid, basically. The traversal system consists of transforming into different types of animals to run, fly, or swim faster. There will be PvP. This comes in the form of...
I don't mind that, but it's also a case of how are they going to do it? Like skins, like you're going to be able to change that up, how that looks, so you can be a little bit different, or is everyone going to be the same stupid bird? Like Lost Ark, like everyone looks the same unless they like paid money.
Castle sieges with hundreds of players sieging or defending castles. You can control these giant stone golems to smash down walls. You'll also be able
that is really cool.
The game's various movement
it was like Attack on Titan.
Glide, fly, or even grapple onto high terrain and moving around the environment. Outside of the sieges, there's also open world PvP with a PK system in the game, and a lot of the other MMO elements you expect. Capital cities where you can hang out with other players, a big old loot grind for you to engage in, various different types of social and downtime activities. Now, news around Throne.
I wonder what the world PvP is going to be like, because that's always like a hot issue for a lot of people. Is it going to be like New World and Warcraft where you can opt into it, or will it be like Mortal Online where it just is always is?
Liberty was pretty quiet for most of this past year. That was up until September when we learned about the first internal beta test that had been taking place for some time, and they showed some snippets of stuff here. We got to see a look at character creation.
That's actually really cool.
Bosses and grapple mechanics. We saw in a few shots a ton of people on the screen at once doing a cast.
This was really badass when I saw that.
Pretty rough here, but it wasn't.
I don't know why. Like it gives me like Elden Ring vibes.
Impressive, nevertheless, the number of people they were showcasing in one area. Let's talk about the monetization, and this is where things get a little bit iffy. Now, they haven't really laid out specifics as to whether or not the game is going to be like a base box price, a subscription,
why would they?
If it'll be free to play. We don't know for sure. We do, however, know that it's being made by NCSoft, so we can expect microtransactions. This is just something that this company has a well-established track record.
Oh yeah, and like this is a company that is about making games as a business, so more than likely it will be free to play. It will have a battle pass along with a bunch of other microtransactions you can get.
And it would be surprising if they didn't continue it with this new upcoming game. Throne and Liberty was originally set to release in 2022, but then got pushed back to 2023, and the developer has said that the game is still on track and they are aiming to release in the first half of the year. Next up on our list is Ashfall, first shown at the 2022 Tokyo Game Show. The game caught my eye initially because I'm a bit of a sucker for third-person action shooter MMOs. The game is said to be inspired by the Fallout series. It's set in these post-apocalyptic post-apocalyptic world, but with a unique twist as it leans more into an Eastern aesthetic, which I do think is interesting. We don't have many Eastern-inspired
It doesn't look Eastern
games. It's a cool idea for a setting. You know, I really liked the art that they showed.
Like everything they kind of showed so far, other than like the writing, like the letters, you could see in a Western.
The concept art, it was really
scenario.
cool. Some interesting looking areas and environments and post-apocalyptic locations. And on
So I don't
top
know
of that, the
what they mean by Eastern.
music was said to be co-produced by Hans Zimmer, a very prolific composer known for some incredible scores. Lots of good stuff lined up. I like the setting, the theme, the premise, good concepts, but unfortunately, that was where the good seemed to stop, because once I took a look at the gameplay premiere trailer, I was left very underwhelmed. Gameplay.
This looks like something that came back on like the GameCube, maybe even 64, like GameCube, I would say. Like it looks really bad.
Play just looks bad, basic, bland, really rough all around, and then you've got really stiff animations, really low res looking textures.
This makes
with every new.
What was it, Outriders? I think that's the game. I could be wrong. I think it's Outriders. Like it makes that look like freaking completely next gen.
Cut as I continue
this
to
is
watch
so
the trailer,
terrible.
my level of interest progressively dropped, which was a real shame because yes, I like the premise, I enjoy the genre, the setting, but at least for first impressions of the actual game part of Ashfall, it was very poor. Now further digging into the game revealed to me that it will be coming to both PC and mobile, which pretty much explains all of it. It's a bit of a bummer, but I just wanted to put it on the list nevertheless. And honestly,
I might still try it just to kind of check, because I don't want to be like, oh, the graphics are so terrible, I'm not even going to play it. I'll definitely try it just to see if, like how it actually feels in your hand, because that's going to be the most important part.
Who knows, maybe they turn things around, maybe they polish up the PC port, but as of now, from what we've seen, it really just looks like a mobile-first game that also happens to be coming to PC. For
exactly.
me, that is a no thanks. If you are interested, however, Ashfall does look to be released.
I don't like those bullets in the screen, they're too big.
And along those same lines, let's talk about Odin Valhalla Rising. This is this Norse-inspired action MMO from Cacao Games. The early trailer had me excited. It looked cool, but then I realized that this is an autoplay game being made for phones that's coming to PC. Again, real shame because I love the setting and I loved the early look. Now, I did hear that the autoplay part of this game could be removed, or at least would be an option for playing on PC, but it still seems clear to me that this is a mobile game targeted at that demographic and at that platform. And
yeah, they're just releasing it on PC just to hope to get some people to play it. But it's a mobile, like if it was an option, they would go mobile. But since they can do both, why not? But it definitely was designed around mobile.
And the sort of gameplay restrictions that this tend to impose,
which is fair. Like, honestly, that's going to be pretty normal for a lot of games, I think. Just because the mobile market is just way, way bigger.
Was on this genre in particular, on MMOs, it's probably not going to be something that I will enjoy, but just like Ashfall, I would be happy to be surprised. So those are the games that, as far as we know, will be coming out in 2023. Now, the next games we'll talk about are not officially confirmed to release in 2023 as of right now, but they do appear likely to be playable in some form, whether that is early access, alpha, or beta testing. Dune Awakening. This was first revealed at Gamescom earlier in...
See, when I saw this, I think it's like really like cool looking, but at the same time I feel like the gameplay itself, I'm just not interested at all. Like based on everything I saw, it looks both kind of bland and more on the RTS kind of side, which I'm not really my kind of cup of tea.
It is a brand new open world survival MMO from Funcom. This developer is best known for their multiplayer survival game Conan Exiles. They also have a long history with MMOs.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those.
Anarchy Online back in 2001 and
I think it's because they're super time intensive, or investment. Like you have to invest a ton of time into those kind of games to really get anywhere.
Of Conan in 2008. Now with Dune Awakening, it appears like their plan is to combine
like that is really, really cool, but is it in the game?
Also a survival game. During the recent Game Awards, they released a pre-alpha teaser showing some in-engine footage, which I think actually looks pretty decent considering the type of game that they're making. And with this came an update to their website, which paints a pretty clear picture of what we can expect. So they say that Dune Awakening will have the social interactivity of large-scale persistent multiplayer multiplayer games, while also creating a unique and ambitious survival MMO in a vast and seamless world shared by thousands of players. You'll engage in third-person combat from small-scale engagements to massive battles with this fast-paced interplay between infantry,
it almost looks like No Man's Sky
vehicles,
if all the planets were deserts.
A lot of PlanetSide, or I guess you could look at games like Battlefield. That's a cool idea for a survival MMO set in the Dune universe. I should also mention here that with that pre-alpha teaser, we saw a lot of characters walking around with range weapons, so it seems pretty clear here that this will not be a melee-focused game. I saw some early thoughts that that might be...
Oh yeah, I don't see how they would have made it melee-focused. Like, there's too much room.
The case because it's set in the Dune universe, but no. Much like their previous title, you're going to be able to make your own base, choosing each building piece from a range of styles. As you're exploring the deserts, you'll have to raise these temporary outposts to protect yourself, which sounds like we'll just be making small camps as we move through the world, dealing with storms as well as these sandworms. There will be a crafting system with weapons, armor, vehicles, attachments, mods, etc. Survival mechanics specifically focused around...
You have to have a crafting system in these kind of games. It doesn't even make sense if you don't.
Thirst. There's going to be a guild system, and guilds will compete for economic dominance by controlling valuable resources.
That's dumb. Like, it depends on to what degree they can do that, but that could really harm their game.
And massive storms are said to be regularly altering the landscape, uncovering new secrets from resources to crashed ships and ancient testing stations. And then once the dust settles, players will have to compete, scouting out for the fresh new land and uncovering its resources. Right now,
that seems... It's like when New World, was it not New World? No Man's Sky was kind of announced and talked about. It just seems like too much. Like, they're promising much more than what I think they can deliver, realistically.
What we've seen is mostly focused on the marketing. We haven't really seen much concrete in-action gameplay. Although that pre-alpha trailer did give a good look at the engine and how the game...
This is Conan, right? This is in Dune.
And I actually like what I'm seeing here. I was actually really surprised by that in-engine footage because I think it looks pretty solid for what they're saying is a survival MMO with crafting and thousands of players. Now, I don't know if that thousands of players is per server or if they're just going to be doing phasing tech and they're assuming thousands of people will play. So it's a shared world with thousands of players. You'll just see them come in and out of existence. We're not sure about specifics as of yet. But after that Game Awards trailer, I'm a lot more interested in...
I think one of the reasons why I'm a bit skeptical on it is because Conan isn't that good of a game. Like, there's a lot of bugs with it. Or at least when I played it. I don't know how it is now, but...
going to deliver with this game. I think it's looking pretty cool. As of now, they have not announced...
I'm surprised he doesn't bring it up.
...release window. It's still up in the air. However, beta signups are currently available on the website, and it does seem like the game will be playable this year, but just don't expect a full release. And I will say it's worth noting as well that their prior game, Conan Exiles, started out as an early access release, so it seems entirely plausible that Dune Awakening launches into early access and then just gets updates until a full release. The next Destiny killer might be playable in 2023. Of course, I'm talking about NCSoft's Project LLL. I'm mostly joking here. It's kind of funny. This game does look like it could be good, but it's not going to be the Destiny killer, okay? Stop the memes, please. This is an open-world third-person MMO looter shooter, second only...
Yeah, if anything, it's more closer to The Division than Destiny.
To fantasy as my favorite MMO genre mashup.
That I've seen.
The announcement trailer for the game came out of nowhere the other month. It opened up with this character loading into a level, kind of materializing in this underground subway, and then they snuck around, they took some pop shots, they fought their way out of the subway area before emerging into a city center, at which point...
it does look really cool. I like the aesthetics. It's like a dark, gritty world.
A mix of different enemy types, environmental interactions, some different systems.
I think they should add more color to some things, like the trees and stuff. Doesn't make sense that they're also really black, but
these pilotable mech suits.
It's also super early in the game.
And explosions, a lot of bombastic stuff, and it all wrapped up with a cutscene of what appeared to be the start of a boss fight against some interdimensional monstrosity with 1,000 arms or something. And what I liked about this early trailer were a few...
Yeah, that boss almost reminds me of the Destiny boss, the one from the Vex, the black God or whatever it's called.
Two things. I really enjoyed the visuals and the design, this futuristic sci-fi setting. Lots of really cool tech on display, a cool atmosphere, flashy set pieces. I thought the general presentation of the world was cool, and the gunplay appeared solid at first glance. You can only tell so much from a trailer, but it all looked and sounded really impactful with good animation design to the hits, the explosions, and the various other effects. It seemed like it might be pretty good. So some pretty cool stuff, and I like what I saw of that trailer. There are some early concerns though. For one, performance was abysmal in the gameplay sections. Frame rate totally tanked during any of the combat sequences. There was also some really stiff look.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, if this is actual gameplay, like, which it seems like, especially if you're getting the frame rate issue, it may fall under like Watch Dogs, where it's like it's too good looking, so they may have to, you know, reduce it.
Animations, some pretty clunky stuff here. Character movement in particular I thought looked bad, and the trailer seemed quite clearly like it was a vertical
I think it's okay. It's not terrible.
Showcase any of the open world they're talking about the game having.
Oh, that's funny.
The biggest concern for many and for me as well is that it's being developed by NCSoft, and like I mentioned with one of the prior games here, it's always something you should be skeptical of.
Super pay to win usually.
They've made some really fun games and games that I've enjoyed playing, but they also tend to lean heavily into pay-to-win monetization with anything that they develop in-house. Project LLL is targeting a 2024 release date, but they have said that they plan to run some beta tests prior, and that may...
Like, some games you can play around it, so really all it is you try it, is the pay-to-win to a point where it feels like you have to pay, then just stop playing.
Sometime mid to late 2023. Corepunk is yet another MMO that was originally planned to release in 2022. However, due to the conflict happening in the developer's home country, quite understandably, plans changed. And
yeah, this is one I was really looking forward to. I think it's a bit slow paced, but I was looking forward to it.
Here's hoping that everyone at the studio, their friends and family, have managed and continue to manage to stay safe. Now, as to the game, Corepunk, well, this is a top-down MMO that is kind of more MOBA than ARPG. You've got mouse-click movement, a relatively slow pace of combat with skill shots that need to be aimed, and a class system that has you selecting from a roster of heroes instead of making your own character and class like most other MMOs. Basically,
I wonder how that's going to work. Like, it almost seems like Torchlighty kind of thing, which I think is like a bad idea to try to replicate, just based on their more recent game not doing so well.
Every hero will have multiple specializations you can choose from, and those each come with a set of predetermined abilities, but you're not picking a class, you're not making a character, you're selecting from a set pre-designated list. Now, looking at the raw gameplay,
I mean, technically it's the same thing. Like, you're picking a class that has subclasses. It's just your class has like a very distinct look that you're not able to change much. Or at least at this time.
Would not be blamed for thinking that this was in fact a MOBA, but no, it really is an MMO. You're going to make your way through an open world, slaying camps of enemies, completing quests, visiting towns and cities with various NPCs, vendors, and other players. They've got the standard checklist of MMO activities like PvE dungeons and raids, arenas, battle...
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a cross between League of Legends and an MMO.
Grounds and open world PvP. Another thing that Corepunk does a little differently from typical MMO stuff is that gear is...
Yeah, that combat was very slow though, so I don't know if I'm going to like it.
Effect on power. Instead, the power of your hero and your progression basically comes from artifacts. These will change your abilities, giving you access to new powers and boosting your stats. And then that, along...
I wonder how you can change the appearance of your character. Because if the only way to do it is like either through paying money or changing your like class, that's gonna be kind of dumb.
With additional customization that comes from leveling up and selecting from multiple different playstyle focused skill trees that are available in the game. I do really like this mix of MOBA and MMO that they're going for. It is one of the things about Corepunk that first caught my attention. They've got so many systems that are usually reserved for MOBAs that I think make sense and are fitting into this big open world experience that mixes PvE and PvP.
Yeah, it definitely looks interesting.
I think it could be really interesting, honestly. So the first beta test was supposed to happen already sometime earlier in 2022, but again, with everything that's going on, the developer did have to postpone. And at this point, it's just kind of hard to tell when this game will release. I originally thought we would have played it by now. With all these disruptions, it's really hard to tell. Of course, I wish the best for the development team and just primarily hope that they all stay safe. And
yeah, I mean, that's really gotta suck. Like, your game's almost ready to be released, and then that kind of stuff happens.
Just look forward to playing this game whenever it is eventually finished.
Seriously.
Next on the list is one that I'm personally very excited
that
for.
looks weird.
Soulframe, an upcoming open world
it's Soulframe.
Combat fantasy-themed MMO from Warframe developer Digital Extremes. They first revealed the game in July, and there have been a few updates since. Now, immediately, I was just interested because of some really cool ideas and ways they're looking to diverge from Warframe. Be it a slower pace, more melee and magic-focused combat, a full-on open world with procedural dungeon system, and even the fact that they're labeling this an MMO, which they haven't for Warframe, is enough to pique my interest. Now, from the reveal trailer and various developer updates, we have learned that the game has been in development for about a year. They describe the announcement trailer.
That's not much for an MMO.
A tone piece for the game. This will be set in a fantasy magic-infused world. It's focused on themes of nature and draws heavy inspirations from the likes of Princess Mononoke and the Never-Ending Story. Now, what do we know about the game and its gameplay? Well, they've focused on a few things, mainly that they consider Soulframe a sister project and almost an inverse of Warframe. So for instance, there are some similarities. Both games make use of procedural generation for parts of the game.
To be fair, it's like so early in development, it's hard to say what will actually be there and what will be changed in the coming. Like, this is like years away. If I had to guess, like at least 2. I would guess 3 though.
Both are running on the same engine. They will be repurposing some of the same ideas and technology, and they are both multiplayer focused. However, as for differences, where Warframe is sci-fi, Soulframe is fantasy. Where Warframe is focused on shooting, Soulframe is focused on melee and magic. Warframe is like fast-paced and crazy. Soulframe will be slow and heavy. Warframe is a lobby-based multiplayer. Soulframe is open world MMO. So we haven't seen any actual gameplay as of yet, although we've got a few sneak peeks of some in-development work. This came from like environmental shots of test levels. We've seen some animation technology as well, all of which I thought was looking pretty neat. Some other information that we do know about the game: we know it will be free to play, similar to Warframe. They are calling this a hybrid MMO. It's going to have a way different pacing than Warframe does, and it's going to be focused mostly on cooperative PvE. So since the initial reveal of Soulframe, we got a few developer updates. This was
I wonder how that's gonna feel for the people who are into Warframe, because it's a very fast-paced game. Like, you're like running through the levels. So to play something like this, which is more focused on the slow end, like, it's hard for me to say how that's gonna go, just because it feels like you are abandoning your current player base.
Mostly showing off concept art and sound design. There wasn't a lot of new information. I am quite excited for this one. I think mainly just it comes down to Digital Extremes and the fact that they have a great track record of supporting Warframe over these past 10 years with regular updates. Although bear in mind, yes, with Soulframe, we will be navigating the minefield of free-to-play MMOs, and it seems very likely that they will monetize this much in the same way they do with Warframe, because why not? It's been successful for them with that game. That aside, I am really interested. I like the idea of a slower paced fantasy.
Yeah, Warframes isn't too bad. I mean, it's obviously super pay to win, but you can get that strong pretty easily.
Focused open world MMO version.
Not that strong, but pretty strong.
Of what they've done with Warframe. Now, they have said that they've got a super ambitious title and are hoping to have people playing Soulframe within the year. So we're going to assume that this is like a very early alpha or some version of Steam Early Access, a very stripped down basic version of the game. But yes, it is going to be playable by at least some people in 2023. Crimson Desert is an upcoming open world action MMORPG. Or is it? The game is being developed by Pearl Abyss,
Yeah, they say it's going to be single player, which actually I'm really looking forward to it. It's like, I don't know. I think between the combat and stuff, hopefully it's like at the level like The Witcher. Obviously that's like expecting a lot, but you know, like take away the grind from Black Desert and like the RNG upgrades, and I'd probably be playing that right now, but
Leaders of one of the more successful yet controversial currently existing MMOs, Black Desert Online. Now, Crimson Desert was first revealed in 2019 and was said at the time to be a spin-off born of a desire to tell the story of Black Desert's past. Basically, it was set to be a prequel to BDO, and it was announced as Pearl Abyss's next major MMO. After this reveal, they went dark for a while, but then broke the silence in December 2020, releasing a 5-minute gameplay trailer at the Game Awards, which looked pretty cool, but there was a noticeable difference. There was no mention at all of the game being an MMO. They then, shortly after, in interviews, confirmed that yes, it is no longer an MMO, but rather a single-player RPG that will have some multiplayer elements. And that
it's like Ghost of Tsushima. That'd be really cool.
Last month, November of 2022, where Pearl Abyss seemed to confirm via this live stream that the game was an MMO again. It was labeled when they were talking about their upcoming game as an MMO.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Actually wasn't, because turns out that was a mistake. They confirmed via the comment section that this happened to be old source material that they accidentally published at their recent live stream. So Crimson Desert is still, in fact, not an MMO. It's the prequel successor to BDO, predecessor to BDO, next big MMO from Pearl Abyss. No, never mind. It's not an MMO. It's a single-player game that has multiplayer elements. Here's a new live stream where we call it an MMO, but then we have to correct ourselves in the comment section. Oops, sorry guys. We meant, like, what? It's all just very strange. Regardless, though,
yeah, that's crazy. Someone over there needs to make like an official announcement on what it actually is.
Crimson Desert is a game that as of now is scheduled to release in 2023. It's probably not going to be an MMO, but I still want to put it on this list just in case they change genres or they change their mind again.
That's weird.
I don't know. Okay, next up we've got some games that might possibly release or be playable in 2023, but I wouldn't hold your breath. First up is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, the Kickstarter.
Yeah, everything about this game looks like trash. Like, I know there's people who are really looking forward to it, but man, it looks so bad. Like, I really don't know why you're waiting for this. Just go play one of the ones that have been out already, like Albion, RuneScape, EverQuest. Like, they're still online.
A game that started all the way back in February 2014 and somehow has still not released or been playable in any major form. They've had some early access and hands-on impression and press events, and I'm pretty sure I played this game at one point at a certain event with some other YouTubers, but I'm actually not certain. Like, my memory isn't holding up here. But anyways, the developers are fairly active on the Discord and Twitter. There seems to be a lot of internal testing going on and stuff behind the scenes. However, even today, the game is still looking in a very rough state. It's been many years. We're coming up on 10 years or so, and it looks actually 10 years old in terms of like a lot of its graphics.
Looks older than that.
Gameplay. It just all feels very dated. Now, I know that's supposed to be like a big selling point of Pantheon.
Literally looks like it's like 20 years old.
The golden age of MMOs. That's cool and all in theory, in spirit, but not in visuals, animations, and gameplay. But the game is not released, and it's not anywhere close to finished as far as we know. I don't expect it to be playable in 2023. Well, it might be playable, but it's almost certainly not going to officially release. But I don't know. There's a lot of people who really care about Pantheon, and I do appreciate the enthusiasm that a lot of the fan base has for the game. I guess I just don't have high expectations that whenever it eventually comes out, it's going to be something that I will play and enjoy for very long. But
yeah, because I think the main issue is that, yes, it's taken forever to release, which would be okay if the scope of the game matched that. Like, for example, like if it was promising a ton of things that would, you know, take a long time to make. But it's like just a generic MMO, and it's taking this long. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's almost as if like they have one person working on it. So it's like, even if it releases and it releases to be okay, let's say it's not bad. The biggest problem is like new content. Like, how long are you going to have to wait for new content? Probably years. Just to be fair, probably like 2 years to get the first expansion with nothing between those 2 points.
As always,
other than like maybe community events.
I would be happy to be pleasantly surprised. There's also some games that I'm just so unsure of and really don't know what to make of them. These include things like Project Ragnarok, Chrono Odyssey, Into the Echo, and even Project BBQ, which for a long time was highly anticipated but seems to have gone quiet. Don't know much about these games. Don't
the BBQ one looked really cool.
I'm sure some people in the comments will.
I don't know when it's going to release, but
major developments with any of these games and whether or not they're going to be playable anytime soon. And then there are a few really big games, highly anticipated games, but they're probably not coming out till 2024 or beyond. I'm talking about ArcAge 2, Ashes of Creation, and Riot's Runeterra MMO. Of those, maybe ArcAge 2 gets playable at some point this year. Ashes of Creation will probably have another preview build, some version of their alpha that you can pay money to access. They'll probably do that again. And actually, all of these games I'm really looking forward to, so don't take the brevity of this section as a dismissal or a
it's just there's based on everything we've seen, they're quite a bit away from release. But yeah, a lot of people looking forward to those games that he just mentioned.
Lack of interest. I am
especially Ashes.
In each one of these. I will certainly play each one of these, and any one of these might end up being the next big MMO. I think there is potential, or at least a big MMO, and an MMO that has a chance to garner a big player base. ArcAge 2, Ashes, and Riot, all of those fit the bill. There's certainly possibilities. Of those three, I expect Riot to be the biggest. I've talked about why.
Well, yeah, because the pool of players they can draw from is just going to eclipse the other two by far. Like, most League of Legends players, if not most, probably half, but anyways, like a portion of them are going to at least try out the MMO. And of course, a portion of that will stick with it. So it's like they're just guaranteed a larger player base based on their previous games.
In the past mainly comes down to just the company's success with different genres, the vast amount of funding that they have, and what that could eventually mean for the size, scale.
That, and they seem to know why games are good. Like whoever over there, they have like making decisions for like the designs, like the mechanics of the games, really knows what they're doing.
And polish of them making an MMO. That is not to be dismissive of ArcAge 2 or Ashes of Creation. And
ArcAge 2 is like, I don't know if I'm going to look forward to it too much, just because the first one did close down. So it's like, how much are they actually going to invest into ArcAge 2? So I'm assuming they just saw the hype that was around Ashes of Creation. It's like, okay, well, there's still a market for this. I could be wrong, but seemed like it.
Especially Ashes of Creation. A lot of the hardcore MMO fan base is super excited, and I count myself among those. But if I were to have...
I'm not hardcore, but Ashes of Creations looks really good. And since it's made by someone who's into MMOs also, so it's like they're not going to have WoW's issue of being disconnected.
A boxing match of Ashes of Creation versus the Riot Runeterra MMO, and the winner was determined by which would be the biggest in terms of player base, in terms of game. And
oh yeah, Riot's gonna blow the other two out of the park if they release at the same time. Ashes, ArcAge 2, and the Riot MMO. It's not even going to be a competition. The Riot MMO is just going to absolutely demolish the other two in terms of just amount of players playing. It's similar to like New World. Like it had Amazon like being its thing. Like I know a lot of people who played it just played it because it was like Amazon. Everyone knows Amazon. And Amazon's not even a game company. So it's like Riot though is a game company. So
content and scale and polish, Riot would be a like one-punch knockout. And it's a stupid analogy.
And they've never really released games like super incomplete, like where it's like kind of crap. They've been very, very solid on release. So,
but I hope you get what I'm saying. There's a couple of sort of MMOs that are on the horizon that I am tentatively interested in, but not sure about. They're more social-focused MMOs,
Craftopia
MMOs. I'm talking about Palia and Bitcraft. We don't really know a ton about either of these.
I was thinking something else. I think
have talked about some pretty cool ideas. They just don't really fall in the traditional MMORPG wheelhouse. Which
I mean, it's like the old Facebook games, I would assume, right?
The prior games do. Then there's a few in development games that we know exist and we know are being made, but haven't been officially announced. First, there is Blizzard's survival MMO.
What?
The level of hype cannot be understated. I know.
I didn't even know about that.
Blah, blah, blah. They just suck. Yes, I know. Blizzard, right? Boo, boo. But they still make games that I've enjoyed playing even today. And I'm highly anticipating Diablo 4. I've heard nothing but good things about World of Warcraft's recent expansion. I haven't had time to jump in. I've been really busy lately. I got a new setup here, as you know.
It's not bad.
Because I have a new
if you want to give it a try, Force, it's really not bad.
But point is, all the Blizzard
it's not great, but
we want to do, and all of the well-deserved Blizzard dogpiling, all of the self-inflicted, the monetization, the bad work culture, all of the lawsuits, everything that's going on. Blizzard, I'm a lifelong fan of their games, even if it's not relatively the same company, which I acknowledge. I'm always going to check out and be interested in what they're doing. And
exactly, I'm always willing to at least give them the chance. Of course, if Dragonflight sucked, I probably would have been just done it over with World of Warcraft. Because it's like 3 bad expansions in a row. It's just like, it's like going to a restaurant. Like, okay, 1 bad experience, I may go back if like I've already had history with them. 2 bad experiences, I'm like, okay, I need to take a break. And then I'll come back like in a while. And hopefully whoever was like the chef that day is no longer there. But if it's like 3 in a row, it's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, they're making a survival MMO. I will probably want to check that out. And then also, there's something we talked about not too long ago, and that is the fact that Sony has a Horizon.
This announcement was pretty cool. I really like Horizon, the Horizon game.
MMO in development of some sorts, possibly multiple Horizon multiplayer games of some combination, whether that's like a Monster Hunter style or full-blown traditional action MMO. We don't know for sure, but yes, that is also something that is in the works. And then outside of all of the new games, there are the existing games, the big MMOs on the market. WoW, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, Elder Scrolls Online, Old School RuneScape, BDO. You know, there are games that are going to get updates. We expect expansions and major patches and all sorts of stuff for all of these games. I know at the very least for sure, ESO will have some major yearly content update, and I expect we'll be getting big patches for WoW to follow up this new expansion. Final Fantasy XIV, I don't even know. They might be due for an expansion in 2023. I'm not sure about the timeline, but I think it's possible. And while I don't expect a new expansion for Guild Wars 2, since
I somehow doubt it.
End of Dragons, they'll probably have some major updates as well. And as of now, that pretty much covers the major list of all of the games that are likely to be playable, either fully released, alpha, beta, early access in 2023 and beyond. There's some other minor titles that I neglected to put in here just because I think they might be too far away or just not really interesting to myself or any of you people watching. But yeah, that does it for today's video. Thanks for sticking in here with me. This was a long one. I thought so. As we were putting this list together, I'm like, boy, there's a lot of games, and with the amount of information I'd like to cover,
especially since he's covering not just like upcoming ones, but ones that could be in the future or ones that have just been announced.
This is gonna be a long video. This is probably a long video. I think but yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it helpful, and stay tuned for more content. I got my new office coming up together here. I still got work to do, but got a new setup, and we're gonna be pumping out the content. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of MMOs coming out. Some of them just aren't gonna be that, at least to me. Like Ashfall looked really bad. Odin Valhalla Rising looked bad. Dune Awakening, I know there's some people going to like that, but it's like, it's just not my type of game. Like, I do like some survival games, like Valheim and Vampire or V Rising. V Rising. But it's like, even then, it's the polish of the game. Like, the games are like actually really good. So that's what made me like them. But I'm just not big on like crafting like your own town. I don't know. That's just me. So yeah, that was every new MMO coming in 2023 and beyond. I think he missed a few of them that I know about. Maybe not in 2023, but definitely the beyond part. So, all right. So let's go ahead and take a look at the next video, which is the future of Lost Ark in 2023 with Asmongold. And let's see what this... So with Lost Ark, I did play it when it first released for like a month or two. I did stop playing it though, once I kind of got to a point where I'm like, it was very hard to solo things, or like solo queue into things, and I'd have to find groups for stuff. And the community is just insanely toxic. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't like playing these types of games. That's why I stopped playing League of Legends. Because after a certain elo, like, you get super toxic people. So it's like, I don't know. It's just to me, I play games for fun. If I'm not having fun, I'm stressed out, and I don't see a reason why I would continue playing it. So
now, obviously, Loa On is pretty much like the LOA Lost Ark Online, I think, and maybe it isn't LOA.
I just realized the quality was bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think it's Lost Ark's version of BlizzCon, okay? Where it's like a live letter or something similar to that. Yeah, it's their BlizzCon or something similar. And they made a bunch of new announcements for Lost Ark. We're going to take a look at them right now. Here we go.
Hi and welcome into the...
I don't think they're going to say anything that would get me to play the game again. I just have a feeling like, because the main problem with the game is it's super grindy, which I don't really mind too much, but it's the whole honing system. Like, I'm just not a fan of like things that can fail after you've gotten the mats.
Today's video I'm going to show you the most important and exciting things coming to Lost Ark in 2023. All of this was revealed in today's Loa On, which is the place where we get info regarding the future of Lost Ark. This is a big event held yearly in Korea where they present their plans, big changes, new additions, etc. To Lost Ark. Without further ado, a huge shout out to Mr. Golden River, which was there, made his appearance to say hi to everyone. And starting with important things.
So I thought he was leaving Lost Ark. Yeah, is that not happening? I'm very confused.
Isn't he taking more of a behind?
Oh, he was pretty sick? Okay. He came back as COO. He's still on leave? Okay.
Okay, I was
probably
to
the
say.
coolest things announced, which are 3 new classes. We already knew about the female berserker, which is called Slayer. They also had a trailer for that, so let's watch it.
Oh shit. Nice. Okay. Looks good to me.
That's pretty cool.
So this is like basically the female berserker.
Like, Lost Ark has always had really cool combat. I think they don't take advantage of that as much as they should, because a lot of it is focused on just fighting bosses, which is just like, you can't, like, a lot of these AoE big skills just aren't as effective on bosses.
I'm assuming it's pretty much the same as the male one with like a couple of different changes. Because I think that's how some of the other like male and female classes work. It's kind of like a couple, yeah. 2 big changes, yeah. It's stronger? I don't know if it is or not. It certainly seems good. Holy fuck.
That's really cool.
What the fuck? God damn.
Then we have a new assassin class called the Soul Eater. This one doesn't control the power of the demon, but actually harnesses it. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting gameplay for this class. And then lastly, they also announced a new gender unlocked class, which is the male scrapper. Just because they felt there is not enough male classes coming out to Lost Ark. Just like
I agree. I mean, I've never really been a big fan of the games that have like a gender lock.
Gender locks.
Like, I just don't like it. I don't.
It's pretty stupid. Just straight up, it's dumb.
See like the benefit of that, and if I could just play a character, male or female, that would be better. But that's the way the game is. I played PoE as well, so I'm very well, you know, I'm used to this.
Guys are feeling very often. At least now we have a...
Yeah, but it's just stupid. I really don't... I don't know if it's like laziness on the developer end. I don't think so. I just think it's a dumb thing to do.
Male scrapper on it.
Especially in Lost Ark's case. Like, PoE is like, okay. But Lost Ark is like, if you're going to have a male and female like versions of a class, like, why not just have that class and you just choose whatever gender you have and maybe have like a mini talent tree or something like that. If you want to do it. Like, to me, that makes more sense. PoE, though, I mean, there's not a male version, a female version of classes. It's just general luck classes.
Way sometime in 2023.
Great.
Then we talked about class balance, which continues in January for the Korean region and afterwards for us as well. They also talked about balance patch cadence, which will be on a 4 to 5 month cycle. This is pretty nice, and I think it's actually really good.
I think
for
doing
an
it with new
MMORPG
content's
to
the
have
best idea.
balance patches so often during the year. New continent Voldis, which also has a new abyssal dungeon. Voldis also holds the key to new progression in Lost Ark, and it appears to be through a new system called the Elixir system, which improves attributes.
Another RNG thing. I saw those percentages.
We don't know much about this, but it's a feature that's coming to the game in 2023, which will allow further progression, further power gain for your character. Another new continent.
I'm curious
called
to see what that's
Busan.
going to be.
This is the place where the Chain War story starts. They said they're going to have many cinematic dungeons as you progress with your story through Busan. 2023 also brings the Inferno version of the Legion Raid Belshazzar. I know we just received this in normal mode, but something to look forward to. People in the West were also worried that there's going to be 6 gates that they have to do Inferno and go through that deathless. However, the devs decided that just gate 5 and 6 are going to be part of Belshazzar Inferno mode. So something.
Oh,
I don't know
so
what
they're
he's
not gonna
talking
make,
about.
like the whole thing hard mode. It's just like the last 2 parts are the most difficult or the most well known. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Pretty nice to look for.
Does it though? That's like having a mythic raid where only the last boss is actually mythic. Oh, that's just weird to me.
Forward to. I bet it's going to be very difficult, but at least it's just 2 gates to go through as opposed to 6 for a future deathless title, right? On top of that, we're also getting Inferno mode for Hanumata.
I don't see why. I mean, the people who like doing that stuff are going to do it, so why not just do it for all of them? Because if you weren't the person that would do, like, say, for example, them doing that is not going to make more people want to do it. At least I don't think so. I could be wrong.
Hanumatan is a Guardian raid that we don't have yet. It's a 15-20 piece of content. And the same as Achates, which we do have an Hell mode for, or Inferno mode for.
I hated
Hanumatan
that boss.
is going to have one in 2023. A new Guardian raid, the Gargadith. We also have a trailer.
Yeah, I haven't really played.
So let's take a
All right,
look.
let's see it.
The raids. Ooh, what a jerk.
Oh shit. Cool.
Kind of a dumb looking boss, I'm gonna be honest.
So what does he do?
He looked like a lightning type.
The Giga Chat and Murloc? Yeah, exactly.
Like, it straight up looks like something that Lake Shen would have as a pet from WoW. The Thunder King.
It looks like he doesn't even do anything, he just dies. There's like no red circles at all. Oh, he just ate him. Oh, fuck. That's cool. What the fuck? That's a frog?
Just went Super Saiyan. Jesus.
In terms of Legion raids,
Since
we're
when
going to
does-
get the opportunity to fight Thaymine. The devs said that this is going to be very hard, not only mechanically, but also the environment somehow is going to make it feel as a hard content to do.
Yeah, Thaymine, I think this is probably going to be one of the cooler ones. He's the guy that in every cinematic, he just doesn't say anything. They'll cut to him, and it just is like the triple dot, and then they just go to somebody else. Yeah, that's it.
Also mentioned
Yeah, just
that
walks
even though
off.
it's going to be very hard at first, it is going to get nerfed once many people have finished it, just because they want it to be part of a pleasant weekly experience as opposed to a continuously inferno-like mode that you feel obliged to clear on a weekly basis.
Yeah,
All
makes sense.
sidereals will be available in Thaymine as far as I understand.
That's interesting.
As opposed to just 3, which is a pretty interesting concept. After Thaymine, because the Korean players were thinking or were wondering what comes after Thaymine Legion Raid, there's going to be Kazeros afterwards. There is just...
What about what about Carmine? Are we just not gonna fight him? Like, I'm confused. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be Carmine. Maybe there's more in the story. I don't know.
We just have an image of
he's a good guy.
The place
yeah,
where
we'll see.
Kazeros is located at. This looks very similar to an Aeon picture with the Abyss, by the way.
Yeah, it looks
just
cool.
saying, it just came to my mind. Graphics improvement was also something that was highlighted during today's Law On, and the changes are, I would say, quite beautiful. We also have a trailer for this. Take a look.
Definitely looks better.
That actually looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fidelity, because like you got to remember, I think Lost Ark is made in Unreal 3 engine. Like the engine for Lost Ark is super fucking old.
That looks about the same. I don't know. That one looks way better.
It's like the original area.
A little better.
Let me go back. Just a sec. I want to see, like, that's Trixion, which is like the area you begin in. Yeah, that's like fucking 1,000 times better. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit. Night and day, yeah.
Not really. Looks... Don't get me wrong, it looks a bit... Especially that one. That one looks a lot better. But, like, that one, for example... Like, is it just me? Like, it's a bit brighter. Like, things are a bit shinier. And that's about it. You know? I don't know. I just feel like it's like... Yes, it's better, obviously. But it's not like... It doesn't blow my mind by any, like, stretch.
I think there's gonna be a problem with making the game more immersive through better graphics because it's isometric. I think a game is gonna be limited by being isometric for how immersive it can be for somebody.
Could potentially come out to the West sooner rather than waiting a long time after Korea gets it. MVP changes for support players. We were actually talking in my last stream on Twitch about support players, and again with new content comes sort of a feeling of a shortage of supports for that new content, and people.
Well, yeah, the game's all about hitting big numbers. Why would you play support? Only people who are like into cuck maybe will play support in a game like Lost Ark, because it doesn't really like. I don't know. It just feels really bad to play support in Lost Ark.
We're saying that
because even if you get super geared, like it's way harder to solo stuff than it would be if you were a berserker or any of the other classes.
That if it would be a bit more rewarding for support players, or if I could see how much I'm contributing to the party's damage, I would play one. So the new changes to the MVPs.
I don't know. You seeing your contribution would help. Maybe for some, but I think getting more rewards would help.
System are exactly that. Supports can now see a little bit more as to how much did they actually participate in the total.
I think it would be really nice, especially for Lost Ark being a pay-to-win Korean whale game, to have more information at the end of the fight to show people how much damage they did, how much stagger they did, how much.
Yeah, in general, like I've always thought that too. Like, I don't really like how a lot of it's like this, not even this, like this is like the new one, obviously. The one they have right now is just way worse. And it's not like, I don't know. It just feels like there's not enough info at the end to like know where you could have increased it. Like your level of stagger versus like the people you were playing with. Like if your stagger was really low.
Healing they did, etc. Because it's just, it makes people feel better about playing the game all fucking day.
Damage of the team by just them being there with their support buffs. And speaking about supports, the devs also mentioned that they're gonna look into adjusting the damage that support players do in solo content, so that's
exactly what they should do. And this is what they did back in WoW. Is like casters in Burning Crusade, they changed this because like casters used to not really do that much damage. and then they made it to where all healing gear had a spell damage coefficient to it, so it was easier.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Or not casters, healers. Would have like certain amounts of healing power would also translate to spell power as well.
Yep.
They can feel happier playing that particular content. So another big plus for support players. Several quality of life improvements, better overview for bracelets, for example, which is something that I really hope is going to come very shortly after Korea to our version as well, because people are pretty confused. More inventory space for content materials like Legion raids, for example, and abyssal dungeons. All of these horns and scales are going to be stored in their own section. Legendary skins, by the way,
it's a quality of life change.
Of them are coming to Korea in 2023. I know that we haven't even received
we haven't even gotten one of the legendary skins in the US version. The reason why we haven't gotten them is because the way that you got legendary skins was a gacha system, and Amazon was like, well, we don't think this is going to work in the West. This is like kind of what I'm assuming. We don't think this is going to work in the West, so like they're trying to figure out another way to put them into the game.
First iteration yet.
That makes sense.
Working on a system.
If they can't use gambling, what's the next best thing they can, or at least obvious gambling? So
that would be more appropriate for our audience, as opposed to the randomness again of Yoz's jar. So looking forward to that, but just saying this season 3 version also has an animated trail that your character leaves behind as you're walking.
Oh my fucking god, I need it.
Which is a super cool idea, something new to
what the heck?
I'll have you guys know,
the ones they're showing look pretty stupid. Like if they had ones where it's like flames or like black flames especially, like that'd be pretty cool, but like leaves and like Hello Kitty looking things, I don't know.
Played the game for almost an entire year now. I have not once changed my transmog.
Everyone looks the same in Lost Ark, other than the people who like bought skins.
Once in a while, I'll get like a new weapon. You know, if they put a new weapon on the store, oh, this is kind of cool. I've got some crystals. I might as well buy this one. That's it. Yeah, I'm using the same armor that I used on like level 40.
In terms of equipping a skin and having, a trade. I know it's not new in MMORPGs, but I'm really happy that it's going to be present.
They've been around for a long time.
At least in the future for us as well. We have new horizontal content, Primal
League of Legends,
and also the League/Dota game modes within Lost Ark.
Okay,
that's kind of interesting.
Towers and mobs, and you have
it's more like why not, right?
Skills.
It's not going to be good as League, but why not?
Similar to MOBAs, right? How you would use the skills there. You can pick any class that you want. Class from
what the heck is that?
Way, even if you don't have that class on your roster, same as you pick heroes in Dota, in League, etc. And you can just.
That's actually good. Yeah, if you can play whatever you want, that would actually make it more popular.
Versus
that's
another
smart.
team of whatever it's gonna be, 4 or 5 people. Pretty interesting. I'm actually looking forward to this particular mode. I
might try it out. I don't know though.
There's not enough time to enjoy all of this in Lost Ark on top of what a normal player would actually be doing in game on a daily or weekly basis. However,
well, maybe they should make it to where you don't have to do Guardian raids on every fucking character 2 times every single day, and then they'd have more time to do the other content. I don't know. I mean, like maybe don't have an alt system where you have to do the same thing 7 times on 7 characters. Like I don't know. I mean, maybe that could be a good idea.
Yeah, because it's like, for me, like I've already said it like plenty of times, I really like leveling ults and stuff, like gearing them up. But Lost Ark, I hate the way they do it. I don't know, like just feels really bad.
By the time we're gonna get these game modes, maybe we're gonna be more in the clear in terms of this speedy progression to catch up to what the game has to offer right now in Korea at endgame. Which is
I think the biggest problem that Lost Ark has right now for Western players is that I think that the alt system for Lost Ark doesn't appeal to Western players in the same way as it does to Korean players. Like having to just like make a bunch of different characters to just kind of continuously build up more and more stuff. I think that's, people just don't like it. I don't know why they haven't been able to find a better solution for it. It doesn't make sense.
Why would they?
But I'm just...
where it's from, Korea, that's what they like. Maybe, I mean, who knows, maybe they don't like it, they just deal with it. But if they like it, then why would they change it?
Saying that I really hope we're going to have time for this as well.
I think Amazon
Then
should change it, but not like
talk about
Smilegate.
the third awakening skill, which is something that many Korean players at least were expecting or waiting for their characters. These are going to be different than the current awakening skills, as in you can only use it once, and also there's special camera movements as you use it. They have a trailer. They showed a couple of awakenings, so we can take a look at that.
Let's see it. Let's see the warrior one. Okay, good.
What the heck?
It's good. All right. Yep.
Literally
That's
look
about
like
right.
a boss. Yeah, that's crazy.
Looks good to me. Yeah. Yep.
Ooh. I like that one more.
Fuck.
Not gonna lie. Holy sh.
And lastly, something that I think has the potential to strike
Of the two, freaking that one was way cooler.
a good note
That's
with the Western
cool.
audience is the fact that the devs mentioned to look into adding skins for the transformation of the Shadow Hunter and the Machinist. So when you are in demon form, you will be able to have a skin for that period of time, for that demon form that you can choose. What these skins might be or how they might look, we don't know
How much
yet,
they
but
might cost.
right now there's a big debate on the forums as to why we got a different version of the Shadow Hunter transformation than Korea did.
I feel like that's like 1% of the problems that the game has.
Less
I
than
think
1%.
alts and like the repetitive nature of the gameplay loop that Lost Ark currently has, that's really what the issue is. Yeah, Fions are the issue, not skins.
So maybe there's a chance that reskinning that version will help players that don't like the current version feel better about it by using a skin. The
I
same
doubt
goes
it.
for the Iron Man suit,
That's
for
probably like
example.
1 out
It
of a
can
million
actually
people.
be an Iron Man suit. Maybe they can do a collab with the Iron Man movies, same as they did with The Witcher, where I'm actually Iron Man when I'm a machinist in transformation mode. Other than that, I wish you have lots of fun in Lost Ark. I'm gonna see you really soon, either in my next stream on Twitch or here on YouTube in my next video.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So dumb.
Oh fuck.
So dumb.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh.
I'm guessing that's their version of like WoW's like what was it? Forget them like metal band, but
Oh boy. Yep, there it is. Of course, Lila. Yeah, that's from the ending cinematic after you finish the whole quest line. Why'd you pause it? Because it's over in 1 second. It's the last second of the video. I quit the game until they remove Fions. Whenever you said on Twitter, I agreed and quit on the spot. I don't think that the thing is, like, just because you quit, like, this is what I said about Fions, is that if every single player quit the game because of Fions would be out of the game in 1 day.
yeah.
They serve no purpose. They have no goal. They do nothing other than waste your money.
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, there's also like there's a lot of systems like that though, where it's literally only there to waste your time.
Dead in the West. I think it would be a lot less dead if they actually made the features a little bit better and easier to use and not as annoying. That's it. Fions won't make me quit even if I hate them. Yeah, I'm not going to quit over it if nobody else is. That's how I say it. They're lowering Fion prices. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I didn't quit because of Fions. I quit for the other stuff because I don't really care too much about Fion stuff. If I'm going to be honest, it was more having to run multiple of the same stuff over and over again on multiple characters. Like the reliance of your team when you're doing like the Abyss Dungeon solo and you get into a queue of people who don't even know what the hell they're doing, or like 1 or 2 people and it's just like a dead run. And usually you don't know until you get to that boss that has those mechanics that will wipe your whole group if one person messes up. So
For tier 3 gear. That's great. Not this game available in my country.
just felt like it was just wasting your time
sucks, man. Fions
on
never
multiple
hindered me, to be honest. Well,
angles.
Then why do they matter? If they never even affected you, then why have them in the game? I just don't see the purpose for them for people that want to buy and sell things on the marketplace. It just seems like a better idea.
And what's hilarious is people bring up bots, but it's like Lost Ark has like the worst bot problem of any MMO that I've played. So obviously it's not helping.
But at this point, I don't know. I think the player base just doesn't really give enough of a fuck about it for anything to actually change. So that's kind of the way that I see it. Either way, obviously, I played Lost Ark a lot. I pretty much stopped playing it seriously, like every single day after I completed a lot of the, mini game and like side content. Like I got all my skill point potions, my character's level 60, my gear is like 15, 20 something.
Yeah, I think I only got to like 1400, if that. I'm going to be honest. Like it burned me out real quick.
Item level, I think. And I'll probably do Belshazzar maybe tomorrow if I have time to do it and see what it's about, because I would like to try it out and kind of see how hard it is and maybe start working toward the ancient gear. I just don't know yet. Such a shame. Gameplay's phenomenal. Yeah, the gameplay for Lost Ark is really, really good, man.
I would say not the gameplay is really good, but I think like the overall mechanics are really interesting and not done like well in other games. So it's like it's very like refreshing. Like it does feel very responsive, and the mechanics are like actually like, okay, you got to think about it, watch for it. Yeah, no, I mean it's extremely well done.
I like it a lot. Did you solo Caligos Guardian? Caligos. Isn't that Velganos? Yeah, I did that in like 3 tries on the minimum item level. It was... The thing is, I would have... Oh, new Guardian. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I need to go try that then. Yeah, I'll have to go back and try it again. And it's a new Velganos. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look. It's for 1490. Holy shit. Yeah, I think also another issue is that I wish that there was a way that instead of doing repetitive content a bunch, you could do hard content once.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. And even then, the repetitive content is just too much.
Because, like, I wish I could do a chaos dungeon where I could fight all of the mobs at the same time and then just finish it in like 30 seconds. I don't like the on-rails approach to it, because
it wouldn't be that bad if they didn't make you do it over and over and over and over again. Like if it was just once and maybe like triple the mob density as you go along, then it'd be okay.
Chaos dungeons are really fun, but doing them 100 times is not.
Yeah.
Just do a hard one once a week or a day. Yeah, like WoW. Kind of like WoW, yeah. It's just that, like, minimizing the unnecessary, like, repetitive activities the game has is the main thing that Lost Ark needs to do. I hope they do it. But Cywo's been making Lost Ark content for, like, fucking forever. Like, he was one of the first people I started watching for Lost Ark content before the game came out here in the US.
Like, when I heard about it, I was thinking about playing it on, like, the Russian or the Korean servers. Cywo was the one I was watching his videos for it.
So make sure to give him a sub, give him a follow if you haven't already, because he puts out pretty good content for the game. Promoting pay-to-win MMOs just...
Yeah, for Lost Ark info, like, I think he's literally top YouTuber, or top source of information on YouTube.
Makes more pay-to-win MMOs? I don't really think it matters, honestly. I think people are just going to play them no matter what. If the game is good, that's all people really care about. Everything else besides that, it's all noise. Like, nobody cares about anything else besides just if the game is good or not.
Exactly. If the game's not good, then no one's going to play it. If the game's good, a lot of people are going to play it. If it's pay to win, less people will play it, but it's still going to have a player base. So, all right, and that was the future of Lost Ark in 2023 with Asmongold. Yeah, I'm still not looking forward to it. I'll be honest with you. Like, they're not addressing the reasons why I quit personally, so it's like it's kind of pointless for anything else. Like, maybe I'll play those new classes just to try them, but I doubt it. Like, I'm not going to reinstall the game just for that, so. Next one, Blizzard reveals the next 6 Dragonflight patches. I think I may have covered this one already. We'll see. If I feel like I covered it, I'm just going to skip to the next video, but let's see.
We now know what
Oh, and of course, it's by Bellular. Bellular?
2023 has in store for WoW because of the roadmap. What's almost more important, though, is the contrast between this and the past, and how it seems we'll have...
Let me try that again, because I muted it.
We now know what 2023 has in store for WoW because of the roadmap. What's almost more important, though, is the contrast between this and the past, and how it seems we'll have an even more aggressive patch cycle than Legion, but one that will in fact not involve a content drought before the next expansion. Sounds bloody good to me. FF14 players have long enjoyed an incredibly consistent patch cycle, and now it seems that us WoW people will get a taste of the same. First though, let's pay the wages with today's sponsor.
Long enough.
Skillshare, where the first 1,000 to click my link get a month of premium for free. Right, we're all playing a fantasy game.
This is an older release, so you may not get that.
Obviously,
just straight up.
Love the lore, and if you do that, then you've got to hit up
Science the Skillshare is really cool.
Fantasy creating unique and powerful worlds by Lincoln Michelle. Oh, awesome! In 1 hour, he just nails it. It's the sort of thing I like narrative editing and world building, but I'm not naturally a writer. So having somebody like him break things down, kind of give it all structure, it's very helpful and insightful. I mean, you should see my idea bin for secondary worlds and game ideas. It's just that. It's a bin. I should really do something with these skills. And that is what's brilliant about what Lincoln does here. It really helps to make it all feel actionable. I mean, paranormal stuff, occult, sci-fi. I've been watching so many Mr. Mythos videos lately. So many story ideas that spark off. Even writing a small story, the sort that maybe back in the day would have got into amazing stories. That would be awesome. So the reviews are awesome. If you guys want, if you want a guy with narrative chops to take you through creating stories and worlds like the ones that we love, then what are you waiting for? The first 1,000 to click my link will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium, letting you access this and the thousands of courses on their platform. Perfect for a cozy little winter hobby. Thanks guys, it really helps. Okay, let's roll. The big picture is that 2023 will have 6 content patches. Divide a year into 6 and you get a patch on average every 60.8 days, and that's a cadence that is in fact faster than Legion's every 77 days. It's every 10 weeks versus every 11 weeks. That is a lot stronger than recent expansions too. But before we dive into that, let's examine what's coming up for the...
It's really going to be what's in the patches is what's going to make or break it. Like the patch, like when they release it doesn't really matter as much. I mean, obviously to a degree, because you don't want it too far between each patch, because otherwise there's nothing to do. But
game. So
it's not good.
0.5 first contains the Trading Post, White and Grey Armor Transmog, and surprisingly, Primalist Tomorrow.
Really looking forward to the Trading Post.
Whatever that is. There is a new PTR build for this patch, but there's not new Primalist future subzone content, so I guess we just haven't seen that yet. Either way, though, yeah, sounds neat. After that, then, 10.0.7 will drop. It'll have the Return to the Forbidden Reach, Human and Orc Heritage Armor questlines, plus armor, and then
that seems pretty interesting.
Updates. And to me, that's quite big. So first up, they've tied many mysteries to the Forbidden Reach. It's the sort of thing that will lead us directly into the patch 10.1 storyline, reveal more about Neltharion, Old Gods, and Iridikron. I mean, if Iridikron was perhaps so worrisome that Neltharion actually gave into the Void Energy, then maybe there will be some sort of interesting lore there. Gameplay-wise, the Forbidden Reach is going to be a max level, like outdoor gameplay zone, so that's also pretty neat to see. And VP Holly Longdale said that by the end of this storyline, it will be obvious where our next patch will be. And I do take that as them really wanting to ensure that the story is clear in-game, which I do like. Also, holiday updates are really...
I didn't know there were like secret bosses like that in that beginning level.
For years and years and years. So if they can slowly, as time goes...
I didn't even think about that when I did my playthrough, is it actually really explores that area.
Actually fix those up. That's really good. I mean, literally multiple like WoW wishlist videos that I've done in the past have contained that, and it's nice to see it's now seemingly a priority. Then 10.1 is our next big content patch. It does contain what you'd expect. Season 2, new Mythic Plus Dungeon Pool, new raid, new zone, UI improvements, and profession updates. So it's nice to see that they're not slacking on the UI updates. I should say as a side note, the 10.0.5 PTR data mining does suggest that we'll be getting editable XP bars, bags, and micro menu. So
that's really good, especially the XP bar. The XP bar is just freaking awful right now.
But that is at least good. As
and you couldn't get it, like there's no mod, the earliest add-on that I've seen that could do anything about it. And that's like the big issue, because I had to get bartender for my bags.
The professional updates, look, it's hard to know what that means, because that could be just another rank of crafts, it could be an update to secondary professions, or even an archaeology rehaul. We just don't know yet. The second half of the year then looks much the same. We have 10.1.5 dropping in the summer with a mega dungeon, new world events, and then content and system updates. In interviews, they have a...
I haven't actually played the other mega dungeons. So that'd be interesting.
Alluded to archaeology being revamped and also a new mage tower-like feature coming in this expansion. And I think as we go through this roadmap, you can see that there are obviously loads of opportunities and spaces for content like that to be slotted in. 10.1.7 then looks similar enough too, dropping in the autumn with story and quest updates, another holiday refresh, so I would posit likely for Hallow's End through to at least Winter's Veil, so that those feel up to date. And then, of course, more content and system updates, with finally patch 10.2 hitting in the winter with a new zone, new raid, new M+ dungeon pool,
same thing,
additional content and features. Now, a new M+ dungeon pool, that's kind of interesting because the whole split between 4 new dungeons and 4 old dungeons for Season 1 and 2 has been to keep Dragonflight's seasons feeling new, with an entirely new dungeon pool. But by the time 10.2 comes out, all 8 original Dragonflight dungeons will have been used. Now, I know that, of course, the Mega Dungeon will be split into 2 for Mythic Plus, but what then, I guess? I mean, I don't know. Will the Mega Dungeon be so big it'll actually have room for 4 dungeons for M+?
That would be crazy.
Basically. Overall, though, I really do appreciate their commitment to just us not having to play the same 8 dungeons for 2 years straight. Okay, so this is all cool, but how about we put it on the calendar? Data mining suggests 10.0.5 will land before January 20th because it does have some lunar festival stuff in it. Now, if that's
that makes sense,
then 10.0.7 would be March 28th, 10.1 would be June 13th, 10.1.5 August 22nd, 10.1.7 November 31st, and oh yeah, my method just broke, because if we were to space things out evenly every 61 days with a sort of linear extrapolation of those dates, then 10.2 would be in 2024, which is in fact not when it's released for. Now, it does suggest that these minor patches will be just a little bit more close together or something. We won't have exactly linear spacing of all 6 of these, all 6 of these patches. But what we can expect then is 6-month seasons, which will have 10.2 dropping around the same time in 2023 that Dragonflight launched in 2022, relatively speaking. Now, if you want to have some real fun, we got to compare this to Shadowlands. It's not going to look good. Right. Shadowlands launched November 22nd. Patch 9.1 launched June 29th. A massive 220 odd days afterwards, which is mad. Sure, 9.0.5 did exist. It added VP in for our dungeon gear upgrades, but content-wise it basically didn't have anything. The Dragonflight then, if it has 6-month seasons, would have its equivalent patch 10.1 be around 40 days sooner.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch the rest of this. I think this video probably, ending, when he's covering this. Because the rest just seems like he's just covering when it will come out and stuff like that. But let's see, actually. I think this is where I stopped, yeah.
And on top of a base expansion that is far more effective than Shadowlands. Patch 9.2 then released February 22nd, 2022, a lovely 238 days after 9.1.
That is crazy. I didn't realize it was that bad. Okay, well.
I mean, that's just crazy. Per Blizzard's roadmap, having 10.2 launching within 2023, they'd be 60 days faster, relatively speaking, than they were from the previous 0.1 to 0.2 gap, and that's while also shipping 2 content patches in between.
Yep.
Crazy. Now, 9.1.5 was, of course, a more substantial patch for the game, but that was mostly just fixing some fundamental problems that Shadowlands had. Dragonflight, though, yes, it's not perfect, but it suffers from none of the foundational problems that Shadowlands did, which means that these patches can truly be additive things, giving us reasons to play the game, rather than
just more content.
Ways where the game will feel less shit, which for the likes of patch 9.1.5, well, that was pretty much the main selling point. To put it plain then, if you're feeling hope here, I think you're right to. Even if 10.2 got bumped into, say, 2024, maybe if it came out in January, even if that happened, we would still be dealing with a radically superior value proposition as compared to Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands. Next then, I want to cover some words from WoW's leader, Holly Longdale. She's one of the game's leaders, but she certainly does seem to be taking a more public-facing role these days, and
that's always good.
With a lot of good things happening, so she's undoubtedly coming off well to people. So Holly, of course, TLDR'd what you just heard me outline, but she also said that they are mindful of the duty that they owe players to nurture this living world, and frankly, the need to do better than we have in the recent past.
Yeah, the last two expansions.
It's really good to hear from her, right? The thing that I think really annoyed so many of us, and this is maybe something the wrestling fans will sort of understand. You know the concept of kayfabe, right? Where it's like this false, you know, the false reality of WWE as a professional wrestling thing is like a part of the story. You can't break the kayfabe. And it's been a bit like that with Blizzard. It's like, you know, Danuser gets up there to be like, yes, we are closing the 20-year-long first book in the Warcraft series of books. Yes, that's Eternity's End. Yes, it's like Warcraft 3. Haha. You know, that basically, it doesn't feel like Steve's there as a game developer. It feels like he's there as a professional wrestler selling a storyline that none of us players are buying. Whereas in a time like this, it actually seems like Holly is maybe talking to us and is perhaps living in the same reality that we're living in, rather than being in a fantasy sports league. Sure, whatever. My analogy.
Treating us like actual, like,
I mean, hey, it's
people.
It's wrestling. It's kind of evocative, right? And that's, of course, right in line with when she confirmed her read on my read of her past public statement on Twitter, which does sound a bit confusing, but basically somebody tried to call her in bullshit. I said, well, this is what I think she's saying, and she replied to that saying, yep, that is what I'm saying. Well, no, she did. She just said this, but, you know, you got the point. Obviously, hearing is one thing, action is another thing, but I do think that commitment to action with deliverables and deadlines is, and in between, that is important. Now, they do give the disclaimer here that things will evolve based on feedback. Holly said that herself, and the times and dates may change. Obviously,
yeah.
I mean, I think we do understand and expect that that sort of thing can happen because software development is a nightmare. But I think what many people need to see, though, is that Blizzard have a plan. We'd obviously know they have a plan, but the notion that they would have a plan and not feel confident to actually talk about that plan makes us feel that they don't feel confident in their plan, and then that would make us not feel confident in their game. That is something that's happened extensively over the past 4 years. Now, many people will need to see these patches actually land to believe. But I think just knowing what Blizzard is thinking is going to be enough for many.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the case, like, in general, and not people who give a damn about, like, these content things. Because let's be fair, I don't think a lot of people actually read this stuff. But if the game itself, like, the content patches and, like, how the game plays and stuff like that, that's going to speak a lot more than any of these, like, platitudes from anyone at Blizzard. So, like, they can say whatever they want, but the game's going to speak for itself.
Especially for somebody like me, who pretty much loves what they shipped with Dragonflight. And because I really love what they've shipped with Dragonflight, I'm now feeling...
Overall, Dragonflight to me is just a way better expansion.
Far more willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and to think, okay, they're actually going to back up their words. Because in recent times, they actually do have a good track record of backing up their words. And that's nice. Here's another quote from Holly. I don't want to spoil everything, and I'm confident there are at least a couple of surprises coming along the way that no one is expecting. And some of the details simply aren't decided yet because your feedback will help shape exactly what we prioritize in these updates.
That is going to be really telling. Like, that to me, if that turns out to be true, I am really, really, really looking forward to the next expansion as well.
Now, when she said that, I just thought, right, the idea that there's things that we maybe are not expecting, because there's two things I'm expecting. And in fairness, it's because they've led me to expect those things. One of them is the archaeology revamp. The other one, of course, is a Mage Tower-like experience. These have both been heavily alluded to. So, that we could have, in addition to normal content patches, more stuff like that is really good. And given that the game is expanding in a more evergreen basis, I'm just more interested to see what a content patch could be, because now I'm getting the feeling that a content patch isn't going to be something that will be immediately thrown into the bin when the next content patch comes around. How many of you were playing Korthia when Zereth Mortis came out? Probably not that many, and I mean...
Yeah, I never played Korthia.
Ouch for those of you who did, but hey, I get it. We've got to get those mogs. When I think about this overall then, looking at what they've announced, so we've got the trading post. That is obviously is a form of a retention mechanic, but for most players of the game,
I'm actually looking forward to that.
A few more things to do in a month, and they'll be able to get some cool rewards.
Just unlock some cool transmogs.
We then see a pretty decent set of holiday updates. So that's all evergreen stuff, along with the UI updates and the profession updates. all of this makes me think, right, not only are they continuing to build Dragonflight, but they're also continuing to build World of Warcraft. And that's what I need to see. Overall, then, I think Holly's doing great. It's obviously not all her, but it does seem that maybe she's taking more of a role. They actually did a leadership reshuffle on WoW and Warcraft, and perhaps it's one of those things where people were perhaps just spread too thin. So whatever's happened, maybe it's been good there.
Better people may have gotten jaded at their current job position, so shuffling around may have helped. Because it makes you feel, when you're doing a new job, especially, even if it's like a different position in the same company, you feel more energized when doing it.
There being a recession, right? So the recession does happen for like lots of obviously very true, hard sciencey reasons. But another thing that can exacerbate or kind of like help bring on a recession is that everybody gets the idea that a recession is coming on. And we're like, oh, there's a recession coming. I shouldn't be silly with my money. And then people stop spending. And all that shit just ends up slowing down the economy. And I think within World of Warcraft, there's just that idea where stability is really required, It's required to feel like you can invest your time in something. It's even just like with investments, people want to feel like they're maybe investing their money in something that's stable where it's not.
Not gonna lie, I wish they did more with the dragons. Like, not dragon riding in general, but like, it just never felt like when you were going through the quest line, the main storyline, that you had scenes where you ran into like all the dragon aspects.
It's going to go poof. And that does apply to any sort of investment, be it an investment in money in a company, an investment in time in growing a skill, or an investment in playing a video game, right? A lot of people, especially in the modern day, where often we pick a handful of big games we put a lot of time into, and then we just enjoy some other games in between that. People want to feel, if they're going to put their time into World of Warcraft, that it's not going to be an enduring shit show, right? And I think something like this, doubled up with the initial response to this expansion being stellar, that does everything it needs to. WoW obviously does have plenty of work to do, but I do think that broadly, almost all of the signals for this game are strong. And if I was to end this in something, I'm so damn happy. Look, this is the 180 of how it felt to be covering Shadowlands. And it's a bit weird, right? Because I know a lot of people, it's almost, this is so cringy, I'm so sorry, but I'm going to lean into the cringe. Right? The narrative of the Primal Incarnates is that they do have legitimate philosophical disagreements with our dragon people, but that Eridicron was just like, no, I disagree with you, but also, hey, this fighting's really cool. Actually, I'm not driven by my disagreements much anymore. I'm just driven by war. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. But I think what happened, though, is over the last 4 years, a lot of us used to love World of Warcraft. Your love gets transmuted into something else, right? The idea, I love the game, and that's why I'm criticizing it. I'm really pissed off that the game's like this. I still love Warcraft. I want it to be good. Why do they keep on making these silly decisions? And you would hope then that when the silly decisions stop being made and the good things start to happen, that you're like, okay, good. It feels like I love the game and I don't have to complain about it, all the time. And I feel like it's going to go in a good place. But I do feel like what kind of happened for a lot of people is that love for the game and, initially really being like, oh, I love the game. I want it to be better. Azerite. I think that is now, and hey, we were all there. I think for a lot of people, though, that's turned into, calling the end of WoW and ripping them to shreds and, whatever, good faith or bad faith, just whatever. That's turned into a blood sport where that's the reason why people tune in and that's the thing that people get excited about, rather than a situation where I think for a lot of us, the fact is we've always loved Warcraft. There's been times we've fallen out of love and we've been very angry at the game itself, but it's always been rooted in a very strong desire for it to come back and be strong so that we can have similar experiences.
The thing is, though, I think even those people you're talking about are also waiting for the game to get good, and they still may talk crap, but the fact is, I just have a really, to me at least, it makes more sense. Okay, they're not exactly waiting, but if the game does get good, like Dragonflight is W's across the board, and then the next expansion comes out and it's also W's across the board, they will, okay, fine, I'll give it a try. I think they just are the more hardcore fans that ended up feeling like they were burnt extra crispy from all the stuff that's happened.
To the ones we had when we were maybe a bit younger. And that's what I would say. I'm having a similar experience. I'm playing the game, not exactly how I used to play it. It fills a different role in my life, but it is a broadly analogous experience to when I was playing WoW and really having a fantastic time. And that makes me really happy. You know, I've got what I want back. I think a lot of people are getting what they want back. And when we look at all the little quest lines, holiday updates, world content updates, things that seem to fall outside of M+ and Raid, that seems really nice for really a large number of people. So honestly, this flat out could save WoW. 6 patches in a year that are all content instead of what 9.0.5, which barely counts, and 9.1.5, which is a oh dear we fucked up, we need to undo our fuck ups patch. Yeah, that's night and day. I've always tried to call things as I see them. That's why I've torn them to shreds. I'm going to continue to call
when they
things
needed
as
it.
I see them,
Yeah,
as I see them, and when I do that right now, I'm saying that I see stuff that looks fantastic, and I think it's brilliant.
Yep.
That's how it is. I'm always going to try to stay real with you. So here's to, I suppose, World of Warcraft having a very successful, content-rich 2023. It makes me feel more excited for the future. And
yeah, I mean, I'm always going to try other games, but like WoW is like the game that really got me into MMOs.
I mean, just, man, broadly pretty damn happy. Pretty damn happy, and also pretty happy that I can really spend a lot of time in the game, a lot of time in my character, and where I won't have to just, you know, get burnt out with the game or be like, you know...
Yeah, just having fun.
Okay, this is fun for a month, and I'll have nothing to do. Why do I even bother doing this when I could just play other games instead? So this is fantastic news.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that as well. Like, you don't have to do everything that WoW has to offer. Just do what you like to do and play other games in the meantime.
This is like the...
Like, if you like Mythics, just wait till they release more Mythics.
This is one of the things that they needed to save the game, and they're seemingly doing it. We'll have to see if they deliver and everything, but man, times are looking better.
Much. Like, Shadowlands, man. Like, feels bad.
I'll see you next time.
And also, so far, they haven't really done anyone really bad in terms of the story. So, I don't know. It's looking better. Like, Chromie and stuff. Like, the stuff they did with Chromie with that last quest line for the Bronze Dragonflight was actually really interesting. I hope they do more with that, like, kind of stuff where it's, like, with the green Dragonflight as well. Alright, so that was Blizzard reveals the next 6 Dragon patches. I have hope now. I think a lot of people do, and I know it's like copium, but it's I don't know, for me it's copium, but it actually makes sense copium. You know what I mean? Versus like the previous ones. So alright, so let's go ahead and go on to the next video. Soloable MMO. Solo players save the genre. I don't know if they saved the genre, because I think even without solo players, some MMOs would have always thrived, like Albion, RuneScape, WoW, I guess, Final Fantasy. Like, big MMOs have already kind of cemented themselves, but I think they saved new MMOs releasing. Because if you took away the solo players, like, I don't think a lot of those previous MMO players would play the new ones, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Well, let's take a look.
Hey guys, it's Lucky here, and today we're going to talk about something interesting. I'm making this video because I realized something. Most of us are loners. Most of us don't have someone to play our favorite MMO with when we log
Yeah, I would agree with that. Bit sad, yeah.
in every day, but we keep coming back in spite of that. And even if we do have someone to play with, sometimes we just want to play alone. Take a look at Asmongold, who started his YouTube channel 8 years ago, teaching people how to solo group content.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Asmongold. I'm going to show y'all how to solo Conclave and win. What's up, y'all? It's your boy Asmongold, and today we're continuing the series on how to solo Glory of the Cataclysm Hero. What's up, y'all?
Yeah, solo videos, or videos of people soloing things that are meant for groups have always been, like, really, really big. I feel like I've reacted to this, but you know what? We'll react to it again. If I did, then oh well.
It's your boy Asmongold, and today I'm going to show y'all how to solo List Resort as a warrior.
And even those of us that do have friends have a hard time agreeing with those friends on what MMO to play and when, resulting on the people that do have friends also playing MMOs alone. This was made more apparent than ever when I tossed up a video on YouTube about MMOs that you can play alone or without friends, and it absolutely blew up. You guys devoured this thing, shedding some light on the fact that, hey, a lot of us spend most of our time playing MMOs solo, and we recognize that. MMORPGs are more and more turning into RPGs that happen to be online. Is it the developers implementing it, or...
I mean, that's kind of always sort of been the case. I'm trying to think of an MMO where you couldn't play solo. I don't think there is one. Where it's just like, it's not even an option, you know what I mean? So it's like, and I think that's where the MMOs even like kind of grew up from to begin with. It was just RPGs and people wanting to play those RPGs with their friends.
Or is it us demanding it? Why is it that most players...
Like it went from single player games to like multiplayer, like the old school Phantasy Star games, or like, can't really think of other ones off the top of my head, but I know there's like a few of them, or like Gauntlet, stuff like that, where it's like an RPG with multiplayer in it, and that just evolved into MMOs.
Today log into their massively multiplayer game and spend the majority of their time playing alone. These are all interesting questions, but perhaps the most interesting question of all is it ruining the genre? Is the fact that MMOs are becoming more and more of a solo experience contributing to the decline of the genre? I'm gonna...
That doesn't even make sense, because that's where it came from.
Try to answer all of those questions today. In the early days of the MMO genre, you needed a group for just about everything, and even if you could...
No. I mean, it definitely helped, but there was a lot of like, glitchy, not glitchy, but like, players really, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm drawing a blank here. What is it? They always played MMOs, or at least a lot of people who played like MMOs back in the day, including myself, looked for ways to solo. Like, yes, I had people who I played with, but I would try to cheese the system to solo things.
Would solo something, getting a group was generally a lot faster and more efficient. If you played an MMO back in the early 2000s, you probably had a pretty tight-knit circle, or at least a guild that you spent a lot of time with. You probably even remember a lot of those players today. They were people that became not just online acquaintances, but actual friends that you logged into the game for and grouped up with and ran through content together. It was just part of the game, and it was just what you did. And if you didn't, well, you wouldn't be getting a whole lot done, and you'd probably...
Yeah, you would.
Except players didn't quit. MMOs were never more popular than they were when they were forcing introverts to join guilds and...
No, I think you're confusing stuff. There was a lot of solo players back then as well. They, at least some of the friends I played with, that didn't really like doing raids with the guild. They were in the guild, yes, but they didn't really like doing raids. They would either do sometimes dungeons for fun, but a lot of them were like into gathering materials and selling them. So it's like they played solo, but you know, they still talk to people in the game. So I mean, unless you're talking about that part of it being multiplayer, which I wouldn't, because that's no different than like a Discord chat, and calling Discord an MMO would be ridiculous.
Get things done when MMOs were hard instead of easy. But today, the most popular MMOs seem to be designed around the player that is not interested in joining guilds, around the player that doesn't want to challenge in their questing experience. Dungeon finders, raid finders, not to mention the fastest way to...
There's nothing wrong with a challenge in the leveling. The problem is if challenge equates to more time for the same thing. Like, how do I explain this? Like for the leveling in WoW, a lot of people like killing those rare elites, even though they're tougher. It's because they reward about the same experience as a normal quest that would take longer. So it's a harder thing, but it rewards more experience for the time spent. So that's the thing you gotta remember, is that people don't care about the challenge. Like, people will do the challenge, a lot of them will, if the reward is worth it.
Level is usually what? It's the main story quest, which is almost entirely a solo experience carved straight through the MMO. We are at a point now where it's often less productive and less efficient to play.
Like with Final Fantasy's main story, the reason why a lot of that's easy is because it's mandatory. There is no choosing to do something else. So if you're going to have something that's absolutely mandatory, you have to have it where the lowest IQ can do it. Like, honestly, I don't think it should be mandatory to do Final Fantasy's main quests. I don't think it should be. I think if you want to do it, you should want to do it because it's good, not because the game forces you. But that's just me. Or at least, what's the word I'm looking for? I think there's a lot of baby, what are you doing, girl? Quests in the main story in Final Fantasy that are just filler that the game never needed. That is also required. So I don't know. Like I think it makes sense to do the story in Final Fantasy, but just so you know the characters and stuff. But a lot of those quests are just kind of pointless.
Play our massively multiplayer games.
Should have been side quests instead.
Players. Grouping up used to be the fastest way to level, if not the only way to level. Battles were difficult, and it wasn't uncommon for there to be significant penalties for dying. You were all in it together. You actually needed each other, and every role in the group was incredibly important as a result.
Not really. Every role was important. No, there's two roles that are important: healer and tank. As long as you're not hitting the enrage timer, like DPS don't matter.
There was always a lot on the line, creating a lot of moments to bond with the players around you. If you survived that sketchy pull or managed to take the boss down, you'd celebrate. I still remember waiting for high-level healers to come res me in games like Lineage 2 to get hours of my experience back when we had died and lost it on death. I also remember...
I was just about to say, I was like, you liked that? Like, that was a plus? Like, that's awful. Like, I hated that. I hate losing experience on death. Because I played, what was it, Final Fantasy 11? I think that's the previous MMO to 14.
Remember actually having to use crowd control abilities to survive when someone...
Oh, that was actually my first MMO that I ever played, so I wasn't good or knew how to do it. Like, tried doing things solo and just got crushed. Like, I mean, I could technically do it, but it's like, it's a huge waste of time.
The group tab targeted the wrong enemy by accident.
I miscalculated.
Everyone needed to be present and give it their all. But not just that, there was an incentive to bond with those players. There was an incentive to perform at your best. If you...
An incentive to bond with them? I don't think so. I mean, there's an incentive to work on your teamwork. But I don't know what incentive to bond he's talking about, other than maybe just that would naturally lead to getting better teamwork. Maybe.
You had a tank with clean pulls that could maintain aggro, or a healer that kept everyone standing. That was special. You remembered those players. You added them as friends, because that's the only way you would make sure you had a group to do that stuff with the next day. There wasn't a dungeon finder that you could queue into while watching Netflix and YouTube. You had to be social and you had to try. But
nope, he is absolutely wrong there. Maybe that's how he played it, but plenty of people did randos all the time, where you're just looking for a group in chat. And you just joined random people. Sometimes you would add them as your friends. Like you said, if they were good. But it wasn't because you wouldn't be able to find people. It's more like you found people who wouldn't waste your time. So it's really just that. It's not that you thought they were cool most of the time. It was like, oh, he knows how to heal. He knows how to DPS. He knows how to tank, whatever. You know what I mean? But it wasn't to make sure you had a group. It was to make sure you weren't wasting your time with some crappy group. Which is rare nowadays, because most MMO players who do those dungeons actually know what they're doing. Because it's not that hard, to be fair.
don't get me wrong, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. If you think Tinder is hard on average-looking nerds today, you should try being an average damage-dealing DPS in the early 2000s. When tanks and healers logged into the game, they got swiped right on more than supermodels on Tinder. They were instantly messaged by desperate damage dealers begging for a group so they could actually leave town. But just like on Tinder, those tanks and healers swiped left on almost all those requests. They were already spoken for. They had already fallen into a static group. Desperate damage dealers had already locked them down. It was the best time to be a tank and a healer, and probably the worst time to be a damage dealer.
That's kind of still the case. You get into groups much quicker as a healer and tank than you do as a DPS. It hasn't really changed. The auto queuing has helped with it, but
man, when you found that click, a group that you look forward to logging in with and playing with every day, it was special. You'd shoot the breeze and comms while grinding through a dungeon until late in the night, knowing you'd all log back in the next day and maybe try out that new leveling spot or that new dungeon that you were all finally high enough level to.
What the heck? New leveling spot? You needed a group for that new leveling spot? I've never had that. I don't know. Like, maybe if there was interesting ones like how Vanilla WoW had some of those elite places just to check them out. But even then, it wasn't like, I don't know. I didn't really get groups or stuff until like end game. So like maybe 1 or 2 friends, but not like a full group.
Do. But on the flip side, while some players were in that group making those memories, there were plenty of other players signing in just to realize they weren't going to get a group in time for it to be worth it, and they'd sign back out again after trying for sometimes hours. In other words, players were spending as much time looking for a group as they were being in a group. I remember standing in town looking for groups in Aiden and Lineage 2 or in Juno in Final Fantasy.
That still happens in even today's thing, like for example with solo queue shuffle, the arena PvP that they have in WoW. Like DPS, like I tried it on my DPS, it was like a 25-minute queue, and then when I went on my healer, it was literally like 2 minutes. It was crazy.
Fantasy 11. I was a DPS in both games, and there were a lot of nights where I didn't get a group because I signed on too late due to school or work or life. And while I miss the camaraderie that came with forcing everyone to play together all the time, I don't miss that part of it. And even if you were one of the lucky ones that managed to form a static group, it only lasted so long. One person would level too fast, or one would level too slow, or one would go full Leroy Jenkins. And your odds of playing together the next day weren't great. But I'd take those odds right now because at the moment, indicators are suggesting that a recession is on the way, which brings me to the sponsor of today's video, Masterworks. Jamie.
I know he did this as a segue to his ad, but it's like, that didn't even make sense.
The CEO of JP Morgan said that what's coming could be worse than a recession. So what are experts doing to prepare? They're following recently released guidance from BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, who says that a normal portfolio of stocks and bonds won't cut it anymore. For 2022 and beyond, BlackRock recommends diversifying with alternative assets. And of all the alternatives out there, only one was personally recommended by BlackRock CEO Larry Fink: contemporary art. Probably because contemporary art has outpaced the S&P 500 for the last 25 years by more than double, and it appreciates more than gold, real estate, and the S&P when inflation is high, at a whopping 33% annually. Repeating, of course. That's why I've partnered with Masterworks, because they're helping you secure your financial future by offering investments in the same contemporary art. This is not NFTs. This is fractional shares of actual paintings by legends like Picasso and Banksy. When Masterworks sells the paintings that you are invested in, you get a potential return. And the 6 paintings that they've sold so far have averaged a 29% net annual return, even through COVID, a bear market, and record high inflation. Now, of course, past performance is no guarantee of future results, but I think this is absolutely an option to consider when diversifying your portfolio. With inflation still crazy high and stocks still crazy low, Masterworks is seeing a record demand, but you can skip the waitlist by clicking the link down in the description below. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to it. Okay, so like I was saying, it's nearly impossible for a group of people to sync their lives together in a way that would allow them to progress through an MMO at the exact same speed. And even if you did have a static group,
well, the thing is, you don't have to be at the exact same speed. Everyone, like hitting the max level in most MMOs is not a big deal. Some of the more insanely grindy ones, that may be a big deal. Like, I think Maple Story and BDO. But other than that, like, that's not really a big issue for like 90% of MMOs.
And you were committed to staying in that static group. There would be days where you couldn't play because that meant you would outlevel the people in the group. And there's the rub. That's the reason that MMOs focused on having a solid single player experience began their rise to dominance. If the MMO had
or maybe Lineage is like that. I never played Lineage. So.
Fleshed out enough solo experience, you always had something to do. If your friends weren't on, or if you didn't have any to begin with, you could still make great progress in the game. And this was a welcome change. And more than ever before, we're seeing MMOs focus on the solo experience.
I mean, it's like I said, that's how MMOs came about. Was it came from RPGs that became multiplayer RPGs that evolved into MMORPGs. It's not like MMOs came before the RPG.
Away from early on in their development. Here's a clip from the recent Ashes of Creation developer update.
Ashes of Creation is looking to fulfill both that solo-oriented mind in gameplay, as well as the group and social experience.
WoW kind of started this, in my opinion. It had a very casual questing experience that would take you all the way through most of the game, but initially it lacked the Dungeon Finder. Later on, toward the end of the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, the Dungeon Finder was finally added. No longer were we walking to dungeons and forming groups in zone chat. We are now queued into an instance and tossed into a group that may or may not acknowledge each other's existence in group chat. We successfully...
That was the case also. There was plenty of times before the Dungeon Fighter came out that you would not even talk in group chat. I really find it weird that a lot of these people who claim to play the game back then think that it was different. It wasn't. It was very, very much the same.
Got rid of.
I mean, it's probably worse now, but I think that's overall like an MMO player thing versus the mechanic itself affecting it. Because you get it too when you're doing like world quests or like just questing out in the world and you run into people. Just people are less sociable now than they used to be.
The boring hours of standing around looking for a group, but we also successfully got rid of a ton of social interaction in the process. You don't need
a ton of interaction. Looking for a group, DPS, warrior, or if you want to put your class in. Looking for group healer, looking for 3 members, looking for 2 members. Oh, there's so much interaction we lost. It's terrible.
Need to make friends. You can just queue up for a dungeon when you want to, on your schedule. It didn't matter if you were great at the game or
that was always the case. I have no idea what he's talking about. Like I said, I think he's like getting this info from like Lineage. Even though he's showing WoW, WoW was not like that, or at least not my server. Like obviously I'm speaking from my own personal experience, so it's just even the people, my friends and family who played it, never really like I don't know. It's
or bad,
just weird.
You'd get tossed into a group all the same. There was a lot less social accountability. One inevitable downside to this, dungeon content began to be designed for these types of groups. Random groups of strangers were more prone to giving up on a group as soon as it was apparent it wasn't going to be a smooth dungeon experience. They knew.
Yeah, dude, they do that like even with Mythic, and Mythic doesn't really have a dungeon fighter that I know of. Maybe it does. If it does, I don't use it. I'm talking about like beyond the normal Mythic, like Mythic 0. But like Mythic, like in the higher levels of Mythic, like if you invite someone in who isn't a part of your static and they're not doing so well, kick them. Like, why are you wasting your time?
Knew they could simply queue up for a dungeon group later, and as a result, commitment to the group was lacking, and you couldn't have content.
Or actually, it's usually the case where if they feel like the group is bad, that person will just leave.
As difficult as you used to, people just wouldn't stick around through the wipes. The solution was to make dungeon content easier. When's the last time you used a CC ability on an ad? No way. You pull that bad boy in and melt it down with everything else. Relying on players to CC mobs was tedious. It required communication. Cleaving it all down was easy.
Okay, so this is why I think his argument is just out the window. Is Final Fantasy is even worse than WoW when it comes to this. Like with Final Fantasy, you literally, as a tank, are going to grab everything and run to the boss and then AoE everything down. Or just before the boss. Like you'll get to the boss, and just before you enter the boss room, you just AoE everything there. And that's like across almost all dungeons that I remember playing. So it's like, and yet it's one of the most social MMOs out there. So yeah, that's just, and it's the same thing. With Final Fantasy is that very few people actually speak in dungeons, but it's like it makes sense though. You're there for a reason. It's not to make like friends, I guess. I mean, you're playing a game, but you're there to get loot. You're there to level, whatever it may be. And if there's people making that more difficult because they suck, like it's just how it is. Like you just want to get it done and over with. Like there should be other things to make friends with. Like that to me is like what raiding is for. Getting a guild, just not doing random pugs. Like, I don't know.
Everyone could be on the same page without even having to talk to each other. And I see this in almost every MMO. Dungeons are generally pretty easy. They generally don't require a lot of communication, and as a result, they often end up being pretty forgettable. You romp through it, you melt everything inside, and then you forget the people and the content that you experience. It'd now be fair to describe most MMORPGs as single-player games, with some group content tacked onto the side. All of the biggest MMOs, like Final Fantasy XIV, ESO, Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft, they've all got tons and tons of solo content for you to do when you log in. Oftentimes, they have way more solo content than they do group content, and they've succeeded all the more for it. Players have spoken silently and with their wallets. They gravitate towards the MMOs with a fleshed out solo experience. They want the option to group up on their schedule and not somebody else's, and sometimes they want the option to not have to group up at all. So this...
Yeah, that's always been the case. More options is better.
Begs the question, why play MMOs at all if you're the person that doesn't want to interact with anyone at all? And it's a fair question.
It's not a fair question. Because by that logic, every MMO player out there should be playing League of Legends. Because that game will... There is no single player in League of Legends, or at least not like the ranked stuff. So it's like, if that's all you cared about was the social experience working with the people in your group, why are you playing an MMO? Why aren't you playing League of Legends, Valorant, those kind of games that are all about teamwork? Like, yes, maybe if you get good enough, you can solo some things, but, or, you know, like, you can carry the team. But at the same time, like, that's what I mean. Like, it's just not a good argument. Like, if you don't want to be social while you're playing an MMO, that's like, I don't know. That's just kind of mind-boggling to me. It's like, or if you don't like story while you're playing an MMORPG, on an MMO survival game, it's like, okay, but I like things in this MMORPG other than that. Like, it's just a weird argument to make.
But I think it's the fact that MMOs are an unending story. They're not just about interacting.
Oh no, they're ending. They're definitely an ending story. Whenever you quit that MMO, that's the end of the story.
With other people, they are about the journey, the days, the weeks, the months that we put into them. They'll be relevant for years. It always feels bad when you're watching a good show and you go to put on the next season only to find out there isn't one. The show got canceled years ago.
Dude, that's gonna be MMOs. Like, eventually they will close, or they'll release like a newer version of them, I would assume. If they're... I won't say eventually, because who knows? Like, no one knows the future. But let's be fair. Like, there will come a time where the graphics, like the people who are playing like EverQuest and stuff like that, like they're mostly people who played it back when it was relevant. And when those people pass away, what's going to happen to the game?
Or maybe this calls
because it doesn't really have a lot of appeal to like a new generation.
For a more direct comparison, such as when you're enjoying a single player game and you have an epic fight and you get that bittersweet feeling because you know a final battle when you see one. It's epic, it gives closure, and you're completely aware of the fact that you're likely only a few lines of dialogue and maybe a cutscene away from putting the game down forever. The character you're leveling up, the skills you unlock, the cool cosmetics you found, you'll never see them again, nor will anyone else. You beat the game and you'll probably never boot it up. It's a conflicting moment of wow, that was amazing, and damn, it's over. And
I don't really ever run into those moments. I'm like, it just ends at wow, that was amazing. Like Elden Ring. Like, to me, there is no bitter feeling other than, oh, I really wish there was more. Like, other than that, but that's like just in general. Like, I would like, you ate something really good and you want a bit more of it. Like, that's all that is. But it's not a case where it's like you feel like, oh, I just wasted my time.
And that's where MMORPGs come in. They don't end, or at least you hope they won't anytime soon. You don't have to walk away from the story and the character and the...
See, I don't think it's the fact that it's ending. I think it's the shared world part. Like, where you can run into people, they can see you with your gear. Like, I honestly think it's that.
Hero you leveled, you'll be jumping back onto it in the next expansion. There's also the fact that playing alone isn't always a conscious choice. It's not always a decision made through social anxiety. Sometimes it just happens that way. I don't consider myself a solo MMO player, but if I look back at my recent experiences in MMOs, I have a lot of time spent playing solo. It wasn't even a conscious decision I made, but my schedule fell out of sync with the people I tended to group with. I played the MMO for half the day and then maybe went...
Yeah, that, or if you move to another MMO, you pretty much lose all the friends that you had on that previous one. Because obviously, you know, hard to get someone to play a new MMO with you.
To work on a YouTube video. The next day, they were levels ahead of me, and it didn't
if they're still in the old one.
Or on the flip side, I'd be the one degenning the MMO the way we MMO players sometimes do, and someone in the group would have work, a new girlfriend, a new kid, or school, and they'd fall out of sync. And there's one critical problem that's arisen with the new progression rates of MMOs today. Even though you're only a day or two behind your friends, you might as well be on a different server while you're leveling up. They're working on different dungeons, different zones, and they're grabbing different materials, and while of course completing completely different quests. Fortunately, once you hit max level, that problem mostly tends to fade away, but you have to get to max level first, and so few players do these days. Look at New Worlds, look at Lost Ark. Is
that true? Does he have numbers to back this up? New World, I would agree, only because New World's middle leveling, like past 30, towards the end of like the max level, was really, really bad. It was boring. It was freaking grindy, tedious. So that makes a lot of sense on why people didn't hit max level. But Lost Ark was easy to hit max level. It was just getting the honing up, like getting your honing level like to your friends was the issue, because some friends would pay money or they would just get plain lucky.
This is why it's so critical for games to have a solo-friendly leveling experience. As much as we all dream of jumping into an MMO with our friends and leveling through the whole thing together, life just gets in the way. Most of us have either school, jobs, significant others, or a family, or some combination of the four that require varying amounts of our time. So let's circle back to the question at the beginning of the video. MMOs were more popular than ever when they forced us to play together, when they lacked dungeon finders and raid finders. But these days, MMOs are often built.
You've been going and on about leveling. Dungeon finders, raid finders did not affect leveling in any way. Yet people still solo level 99% of the time. Obviously, that's just a number I pulled up, but it's like, it's true. Most people level alone.
With the solo player at the forefront of their...
It was the case before the raid finder, dungeon finder, and it is still now the case. Yeah, you may run into someone who will maybe, you know, do the quest with you, but even then, like back in the older days, back when like vanilla WoW and stuff, that wasn't a good thing. They would tag your monster and you couldn't get it. Like you just lost that kill for the quest, making you waste more time.
Design. Do MMOs attract...
You'd invite them to your group, but if they denied it, you're just like, oh man, this sucks.
Fewer players because of this change? Or do MMOs attract fewer players because we changed? WoW's population peaked at around 12 million current subscribers all the way back in 2010. It's been on the decline since, and no other MMO has even come close to reaching it.
We also don't really know the numbers, from what I understand, past Miss Pandaria. Who knows, Shadowlands could have been even higher, just because they brought back, a lot of people thought they were going to bring Arthas back. So I mean, it's hard to say because the numbers really aren't available.
Its concurrent player base. Why is that? Is it due to switching the focus to the solo experience? I don't think so. The most successful MMOs today have the best solo content. I think we changed, so the MMOs had to follow suit. We were once okay with standing in town for an hour looking for a group. It was all new.
Yeah, because a lot of MMO players were kids.
And shiny, this whole going online and grouping with people from around the world. Most players had never really experienced that before, but the novelty wore off. The excitement of being able to log into a game and play it with other people wasn't new anymore and no longer outweighed the disappointment of standing in town looking for a group. And not only that, every week new online games were popping up that could also satisfy that same online desire. The only difference is they had you in a match in 5 minutes. Today, being subjected to an hour-long wait in town, trying to form a party in zone chat is a quit moment.
Jeez, even a 20-minute wait would be like, yeah, F this.
For most players, there's too many other options now.
10-minute wait would also be kind of high.
That will have you in a match in an instant. Some say
where if you can't do other things in that 10 minutes,
MMOs are dead as a result, and I don't agree with that. Recent MMO launches have been insane. There are still millions of players looking for and hoping for an MMO to grab them the way that the genre once did. You saw it twice in the last year, with millions showing up for the launches of New World and Lost Ark. Neither of those games held on to all of their players, but there were a lot of reasons for that prevent those games from being indicators of a dead genre. Lost Ark's pay-to-win nature ensures that it will only ever see limited success here in the West, despite actually being a solid...
I really don't think that's what killed it for Lost Ark for a lot of players. I think it's the honing system is... It feels like you're wasting your time when you fail multiple times. And then there's also like a lot of the content that gives you the gear to upgrade your stuff is actually somewhat difficult. I mean, it's not like super hard, but it is difficult, and it's something you have to do on a daily basis. So it's like if you're a casual player just playing the game for fun, like that's just not fun, or at least I would assume so for a lot of like normal players. For me, what got me was just it felt like to keep up with people, I would have to like grind in a stupid amount, and that's what killed it for me.
Game and New World, it came out of the oven half-baked. It wasn't finished, but it's now making...
I feel like I'm too far from the mic. I'm gonna get closer.
MMOs did after their launches. It's hard focusing on that solo experience. It's completely revamped and fleshed out its questing experience so that you can follow the main quest chain all the way through the game. It also added a dungeon finder. It's realized that these are the things that most MMO players crave these days. Is all of this working for New World? In anticipation of all this new content,
yeah, I'm still waiting on New World.
Its new zone and new
I don't know when I'll go
its
back, but
player
I
base
most
is
likely
up
will.
40% in the last 30 days. Wait, scratch that. I just refreshed the page. Make that 46% in the last 30 days. Looks like their focus on the players without friends is starting to pay off. So has the solofication of MMOs ruined the genre? I don't think so. The developers didn't make MMOs solo. We did by gravitating towards the MMO that offered the stronger solo experiences. When I'm playing MMOs, most of my time is spent doing what
I mean, it's also a case where if there is no multiplayer stuff, then obviously that game's going to die as well. It's more like players, especially with newer, like other options, like you have games that give the option of when you want to queue up or not queue up, group up with other people. So it's like, if you're in an MMO, but you're not really feeling like playing with other people and dealing with that, you're going to go to play the other MMO that offers it. And then the more times you do that, the more invested you're going to be in that other MMO, thus leaving the one that didn't give you that option.
I want to do when I want to do it. I am literally one of the players taking advantage of the solo experience MMOs are now adding. I frequently tune into Asmongold, who has millions of people that would love to play with him and see him doing the same thing, whether it's farming mounts in WoW or grinding up his gathering levels in New World. He's also taking advantage of the solo opportunities. I think it's because it's nice to be able to go at your speed. Sometimes you just want a solo chill activity. When you're a content creator trying to keep up with
Exactly.
or a dad trying to keep up with children, or students trying to keep up with class, the flexibility of having the solo content to dive into on those nights where you only have an hour or your friends aren't available, it makes all the difference when you're deciding what game to boot up. And as history shows, when one game offered the experience of standing in town trying to form a group and another offered anything else, we gravitated towards anything else. And worded like that, it's not so surprising, is it? I think the best thing MMOs can do now is have a ton of solo content waiting for us.
Well, the main thing with waiting in town and stuff, it's like, it wasn't really the social aspect that you lost. It was the, maybe you did lose a bit of social aspect, the social aspects, but you lost a huge time waster of just sitting in town doing nothing. That's really what it was, is people don't like wasting their time a lot less nowadays than they used to.
When we need it, and a ton of group content
Because there's so many other options.
when we want it. And that's the big difference. A lot of times when you're doing the solo content, it's because you need it. It's because there isn't really an option to do the group content at the moment because you don't have people available to do it, or you don't have,
or you don't want to go through the like headache of trying to find like an actual good group.
the time to do it. In conclusion, solo content didn't ruin the genre, it kept it relevant. We're just not willing to stand around town for hours at a time looking for groups anymore. There's too many other online games that can put us into a game instantly. What type of player are you? Are you the solo player or the group player, or a little of both? If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like and subscribe for more MMO content and to help out with Algorithm Senpai. I appreciate it. And if you agree or disagree, let me know down in the comments below. I'd love to hear your take on it.
Always
This
throw
is
it like
just
on
my
their
opinion.
videos.
These are just my
You gotta
ramblings,
actually
so
do
you're
it with
certainly
these.
welcome to disagree. And as always, a massive
I mean, I do disagree with some of the things he said, but the overall like thing what he's talking about, I do agree with, in that solo play is like huge in MMOs. Like obviously you can't have an MMO with just solo play. That's not going to last most likely. But I think like a majority of the game should be soloable. Like obviously you should have like raids and stuff like that. But yeah. So that was Soloable MMOs by Lucky Ghost. And yeah, good video. So go on to the, actually I'm going to take a quick break, grab something to eat. I'm freaking starving. So, yep.
Okay, here we go. Indie games killed the AAA industry. All right, let's watch this.
How did Halo go from this to this?
Let's see.
How did Halo go from this to this?
I just want to see this. You know what's so funny about these battle passes and shops? Is that every single one of them looks the exact same. Like, there's never like a new shop, and I feel like they make them look the same intentionally because people are conditioned to buy them the exact same way.
And how can a
4,000 people.
game made by one dude in his bedroom have a larger player base than Halo, Call of Duty, and Battlefield combined? To answer these questions, we first need to understand why AAA studios have taken all of their desire to make fun games and just thrown it out the window.
Do you guys not have phones?
From what I found, it all started a few decades back when the video game industry really became mainstream with the release of Space Invaders. This game took the world by storm.
Holy shit.
And really put video games on the map. See, companies were
You don't see a crowd like that unless there's a Minecrafter in the store. Holy shit.
the world by storm and really put video games on the map. See, companies were scrambling to get a piece of the growing video game industry, and the man who kicked everything off was Space Invaders' only developer, Tomohiro Nishikado. See, the thing is, back in the 70s and early 80s, most games were made by one or a few developers. You couldn't pack much into a
I think the reason why they try to make more money is because it's a publicly traded company, and if they don't make more money, they get fired, and then other people who do make more money replace them, and then that's all there is to it. So it's all that. I mean, it's not really complicated. And also, why do these companies keep making battle passes? Because battle passes work and store stuff works. People buy them.
4-kilobyte game cartridge after all. So games were simple in design, but because developers couldn't lean on graphics or music to attract a lot of players, games developed at this time really had to be fun. And Tomohiro understood this perfectly.
Well, not only did they have to be fun, but they had to be fun in a very short burst of time. They had to be fun in the same way that Vampire Survivors and Dark and Darker is fun. You can get into the game and start playing the game within 5 minutes and having fun. Like, probably not 5 minutes, like 1 minute and start having fun. And the reason why is because they were all in arcades. You can't have a game that takes like fucking 20 hours to get into it in order to enjoy it. You have to have, House of the Dead. You have to have a Gauntlet. You have to have something really simple. It's because many games back then were built around, like, how accessible were they at an arcade? Because arcades make a lot of money. Think about it, right? You have one life and it's a quarter. How long does it take to spend $1? If you suck, really not that long at all.
In an interview a few years ago, Tomohiro even had this to say. Yes, I developed Space Invaders by myself. In those days, that was the standard for games to be made by one person.
That's nuts.
Today, however,
Wow.
that work game development is so divided and specialized that one person can't really see the whole picture. And in that sense, I think developers need to go back to the beginning. Although Tomohiro...
Well, I think that that's not really the case. I think that, you know, you can look at Vampire Survivors was developed primarily by one person. Valheim was an incredibly small team. Minecraft that he already used was developed by Notch primarily. And yeah, a lot of these games, you know, are developed by small groups of people. Ponkle the goat, there it is.
Doesn't fully explain what he means by beginning. What I interpret his words to mean is to get back to where each team member understands the vision of the game they are working to create. The video game industry wouldn't be the same without Tomohiro, and I believe he's a huge reason why gaming is what it is today. Space Invaders captivated millions around the world, causing people to fall in love with video games and ushering in the golden age of the AAA game. Over the next few years, technology for making games
All right, so didn't even realize I was muted. That's funny. So we'll just play it again.
Okay, here we go. Indie games killed the triple.
So how indie games killed the AAA industry? They haven't. Genshin Impact is a perfect example. So yeah, they haven't killed it. They haven't even like scratched it.
AAA industry, all right.
I mean, they caught up to it, I guess, in some indie games, but
Let's watch this.
I don't know if that would work as killed.
How did Halo go from this to this?
Let's see.
How did Halo go from this to this?
I just want to see this. You know what's so funny about these battle...
But that's funny because Halo was a AAA game. So I don't know where this argument's coming in.
passes and shops is that every single one of them looks the exact same.
That is true.
Like, there's never, like, a new shop, and I feel like they make them look the same intentionally because people are conditioned to buy them the exact same way.
Yeah. If you're not thinking, you're just going to spend money.
One dude in his bedroom have a larger player base than Halo, Call of Duty, and Battlefield combined. To answer these questions, we first need to understand why AAA studios have taken all of their desire to make fun games and just thrown it out the window.
Do you guys not have phones?
From what I found, it all started a few decades back when the video game industry really became...
I don't think they don't throw it... I don't think a lot of developers don't just throw it out the window. They want to make a fun game. It's just if you're working for a business, they're going to do everything they can to make the most money out of said game.
mainstream with the release of Space Invaders. This game took the world by storm.
Holy shit.
And really put video games...
I don't know if that's 13 billion. I don't know how that would be possible. Like, for some reason, I just have a feeling that's a number that's not really right. Because this guy, whoever this guy is, Tamahiro Nashikato, should be like the richest man. Like he would have been the richest man at that time. I would assume making 13 billion off of a thing that probably cost you a couple of $100 at most. So it's like, how is it that he didn't like do anything with it? I've never heard of this guy in the gaming community. Yet you would think with this kind of success, he would be like the owner of Nintendo or something like that.
On the map. See, companies were.
You don't see a crowd like that unless there's a Minecrafter in the store.
Minecrafter? I mean, you do see crowds like this. When I worked in retail, like there were sometimes crowds like this, depending on like, there was one year, there was like an insane sale on consoles, and there was a crowd like this. So.
Holy shit.
The world by storm and really put video games on the map. See, companies were scrambling to get a piece of the growing video game industry, and the man who kicked everything off was Space Invaders' only developer, Tomohiro Nishikado.
He didn't kick it off. I mean, he obviously made one of the more successful ones, but it's like, to kick it off, that'd probably be what, Pong?
See, the thing is, back in the 70s and early 80s, most games were made by one or a few developers. You couldn't pack much into a while.
I think the reason why they try to make more money is because it's a publicly traded company, and if they don't make more money, they get fired, and then other people who do make more money replace them, and then that's all there is to it. So it's all that. I mean, it's not really complicated. And also, why do these companies keep making battle passes? Because battle passes work and store stuff works. People buy them.
Yeah.
4-kilobyte game cartridge after all. So games were simple in design, but because developers couldn't lean on graphics or music to attract a lot of players.
They couldn't lean on graphics and music. Yeah, they did. Like they leaned on whatever they had. It's just they didn't have it available. It's not that they and even then they kind of still did. You know what I mean? Like that's graphics. It's poor graphics, but still graphics. And in fact, there's probably worse looking games. So
games developed at this time really had to be fun. And Tomohiro understood this perfectly.
Well, not only did they have to be fun, but they had to be fun in a very short burst of time. They had to be fun in the same way that Vampire Survivors and Dark and Darker is fun. You can get into the game and start playing the game within 5 minutes and having fun. Like, probably not 5 minutes, like 1 minute and start having fun.
Honestly, for these kind of games, though, it was less than that. It was like 30 seconds, if that. You literally put a quarter in, boom, you're in.
Fun. And the reason why is because they were all in arcades.
Yep.
You can't have a game that takes like fucking, 20 hours to get into it in order to enjoy it. You have to have, House of the Dead. You have to have a Gauntlet. You have to have something really simple. It's because many games back then were built around like how accessible were they at an arcade, because arcades make a lot of money. Think about it, right? You have one life and it's a quarter. How long does it take to spend $1? If you suck, really not that long at all.
Yep.
In an interview a few years ago, Tomohiro even had this to say. Yes, I developed Space Invaders by myself. In those days, that was the standard for games to be made by one person.
That's nuts.
Today, however,
wow.
that work in development is so divided and specialized that one person can't really see the whole picture.
But that's not true, because usually, like, the head developer, like the guy at the top, is that role. And that's why that role pays the most usually. And it's also like, you have to have a lot of experience to even get in that role, because you are looking at the whole picture, delegating like, okay, you guys are on graphics, you guys are on music, so on and so forth. Similar like Elden Ring. Like there's a reason that guy is like the top. It's because he's overseeing everything. Like, unless you're going to say like Space Invaders was better than Elden Ring.
And in that sense, I think developers need to go back to the beginning. Although Tomohiro...
Well, I think that that's not really the case. I think that, you can look at Vampire Survivors was developed primarily by one person. Valheim was an incredibly small team. Minecraft that he already used was developed by Notch primarily. And yeah, a lot of these games, are developed by small groups of people. Yeah,
but there's like, for every indie game that is successful, there's like 1,000 that aren't. So it's... I don't know, like to only look at the successful ones and be like, this is why indies are better than AAAs. Like, you got to look at it both ways then. If you're only looking at the successful indie stories, you got to look at the successful AAA ones, such as Genshin Impact and stuff. So it's like the FIFA games. Like, I'm not a fan of those, but if you're looking at only revenue, which is what seems to be what he's implying is like how to determine success, then those games are just as successful. In fact, Genshin, I would say, is even much, much more successful.
Ponkel the GOAT. There it is.
Doesn't fully explain what he means by beginning. What I interpret his words to mean is to get back to where each team member understands the vision of the game they are working to create.
I mean, it's not much interpretation. He literally outlines it prior to saying going to the beginning, which is because there's everyone's specialized and divided. No one has a full, clear picture of the full game and how it should be. So he's talking about cutting down on that specialization and division in the development of the game. Whether it's one person, a few people, doesn't really matter. As long as everyone's like has the clear picture of the whole game. He says it. So
video game industry wouldn't be the same without Tomohiro, and I
Yeah, it
believe
would.
he's a huge reason.
I personally think it would. Because it's not like that it brought about mechanics that were like out of this world, like no one really thought of them. It's like Halo would be like that. It was ahead of its time by quite a bit. Call of Duty, some of the Call of Duties were a similar situation. Like there are some games that are ahead of their times and do usher in new innovations in games, but I don't think Space Invaders was one of them.
Why gaming is what it is today. Space Invaders captivated millions around the world, causing people to fall in love with video games and ushering in the golden age of the AAA game. Over the next few years, technology for making games improved drastically, and games became more sophisticated, requiring more people for development. Couldn't just make a game on your own anymore. The industry was mature,
You can.
and teams needed all sorts of
People do it all the time.
specialization to make games.
I think that you definitely do have AAA games that are AAA games. I think the best recent example of that is God of War Ragnarok.
Yep.
It was a AAA game. There was a massive amount of money and resources put into it. It's an expensive game at a full box price, and I think that many people, Elden Ring is another example, obviously, but I would say like even From Software comparatively is much smaller than Santa Monica Studios, and I forgot who actually publishes. I guess Bandai Namco publishes Elden Ring, so Bandai Namco is massive too. But either way, you can use Elden Ring or you can use God of War. Both of them are good examples. There are good AAA games that come out, but I think the problem is that really, think about how much money.
And that's really the case. I think I know where it's going to go is basically how much money it takes to make a AAA game versus an indie game. AAA games kind of not have to, but it's like, if it doesn't sell well, it's a way bigger hit than if your indie game doesn't sell well.
Whoever made Anthem lost. Versus how much money whoever made E.T. on Atari lost.
Exactly.
You invest so much into one of these AAA games that for it not to be a massive capital W, it is just horrible. It can change an entire company.
Yes.
Game studios began expanding at an incredible rate to create more advanced games. So as the 80s and 90s progressed, we see less and less solo developers like Tomohiro producing these great games. Bungie is a great example of this. They only had 3 employees in the early 90s. Together, the 3 of them went on to create a few successful games. Operation Desert Storm, Minotaur the Labyrinth of Crete, and Pathways into Darkness. But they were relatively small and simple. A few more employees were added over the years, and the company grew. Most of the employees were college students with nothing but the desire to make fun games.
Anthem.
Probably inspired by developers like
Marathon.
Tomohiro. As Chris Butcher put it,
the culture of Bungie is pretty simple. There's a bunch of college kids who wanted to drink beer and eat pizza and do amazing cool stuff in their basements.
10 years after the launch of Bungie.
Yep, that sounds just about how game development should be.
And I think that's across the board, not just Bungie. I think almost every game developer out there, that's just how it was. Because even though, I guess the smashing success of Space Invaders, it wasn't like there was a bunch of game development studios that were hiring a bunch of people. So
there you go. It's kind of AAA's fault. I think that the problem actually isn't that.
I think it's the consumer.
I think that, well, I'll give my full thoughts about this, but I think that AAA has become too big to succeed. I've said this like 100 times, right?
Too big to succeed. I think it's become the opposite. It's too big to fail. That's why they have to do the or they feel like they have to do like the gotchas and the pay to win stuff.
You've probably heard this 10 times. You're like, oh fuck, he's going to talk about this again. Yes, I am, because a game like Vampire Survivors, think about it as a canoe versus the Titanic. A canoe, if you see an iceberg, you're like, oh, I'm just going to turn and get away from that shit, right? Like, I don't want to go over there. But like if you're the Titanic and you're going towards that iceberg, it takes a long way. Not canoe, a canoe. Okay? Those are the little things in the water that you go woo, 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 like that.
Oh my goodness.
Those are canoes. One of those is very easy to turn. And having a...
in a way, he's right, but at the same time, it's not really the case. You have a captain that can turn the thing pretty easily. Like it's kind of ridiculous, like this whole mentality of, oh, it's hard to do like this. It's like, no. Like as someone who's worked in, not in game development, but in other industry, like I'm not going to say where I work, but it's like you get all the team managers in a meeting. You let them know like, hey, this isn't working. And this is where we're going to shift our attention to. Then they then delegate their tasks to the people below them, letting them know like, hey guys, this is now the new shift that we're going towards. So it's like, it's not that difficult. Yes, it's more difficult than the one person like, man, this isn't working, I'm just going to do this instead, obviously. But it's not a case where it's like, oh, we see the Titanic or the iceberg a mile away, we can't do anything because we're already in the direction. It's like, no.
Small,
obviously
agile group of people.
Because, I mean, COVID's a great example. What happened during COVID? A lot of games got delayed. Oh, but it's a Titanic moving in a direction. You can't just stop it. Obviously, it did stop it. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned COVID, but it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's possible to shift directions.
That can easily change things.
But yeah, definitely one person just making unilateral decisions is going to be much quicker than a company or like a full team. Then again, most full teams that actually push out like really quality games, they have the one guy at the top making like the hard choices. So
based off of consumer feedback is, in my opinion, necessary for success in the industry now. Because people's opinions change, people's feelings change, people's tastes change, and then also games are just so infinitely more complex than they were in the Space Invaders days that you're going to have things happen, and if they're not fixed immediately, they become massively problematic for the game itself. And I think Space Invaders is just not like that, right? I mean, there's just only so many things that can go wrong. And so now there are infinitely more complexities, but there are also infinitely more bugs because you can just never test every interaction realistically. So with these smaller companies, they're...
Yeah, but there's definitely ways of doing proper testing. I mean, like compared to Witcher 3 to Cyberpunk, like they're about the same in terms of scope, at least personally, I feel like they are. Maybe they aren't, but I feel like there is a lot of interactions you do with Witcher. And there is some bugs here and there, but it never was like a terrible experience. Like even Skyrim like has like a stupid amount of bugs, but it's also like a beloved game. So
they're able to easily just like,
because the bugs weren't so crazy that it would broke your save file.
There's less everything versus like Blizzard, for example. If Blizzard wants to change something, like you remember seeing this with like Ian talking about how they had like this, you know, idea of like a pipeline and creating modular content and all of this.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with like AAA gaming or anything like that. That's just corporate, like infecting the development. I don't think that had actually anything to do with actual gaming, because that is corporate. Worked plenty of jobs where corporate gets involved and things take forever to change, because corporate needs to have like 50 meetings to justify their position in the company, because otherwise they're just obviously wasting company time and money. But you know, they want to keep that paycheck, so they have to convince people, no, we are important. Because of these meetings, we discovered covenants should be changed. Yeah, you shouldn't be tied to them. Yeah, no, we were told like months and months and months ago, like almost in beta. But yeah, we're important. let us keep our jobs. So it's really that, because it's like, let's be fair, those kind of changes that need to be done can be done. Like, it's not like that there wasn't precedence. Like, a lot of the games that used to come out that had like really bad things about them, like, and they could patch it, like they would patch it and fix most
this stuff. And it's like they already were making Shadowlands whenever BFA was being received badly. And they were thinking, man, if they didn't like BFA, they're not going to like Shadowlands either. And a smaller industry, a smaller studio can just say, oh, okay, well, let's just scrap this and change it.
A bigger studio can do the same. Look at Final Fantasy. Perfect example. They got someone else in there and he's just like, dude, this is awful. Scrap it. We're destroying it all and making new.
But Blizzard can't because they have hundreds of people involved in it.
Of course you can. Absolutely you can. That's a ridiculous statement that you can't. As if these hundreds of people are living isolated with no way to communicate, like they're locked in some dungeon and you can only send physical mail to them that takes 7 to 10 business days.
You see what I'm saying? That's why.
Sorry, Esmond. I disagree.
40 people were doing just that. And from the scrappy team nourished by pizza and beer,
40 people, dude. That's not really indie, is it?
Exploded in popularity.
Yeah, Halo was their first big hit.
Halo was the only reason most people bought an Xbox.
Yes, I also had a Halo machine. It did, however, get upgraded to a Halo and God of War machine whenever the 360 came out, however.
Microsoft, of course, loved it. So more money, talent, and resources were just thrown at
not God of War,
Bungie
Gears
to
of
make
War.
Halo 2. But even though the
Halo
team
2 was great.
size, the culture was still the same. The Bungie team was passionate about making the best game, and man, they did just that. Halo 2 was released, and people lost.
But it's also, to be fair, like pay to win, gotcha stuff like that wasn't really a thing back when Halo and Halo 2 and even Halo 3 were around. If it was, like, if get that same kind of team and have them release a game today, they would almost guaranteed have these kind of mechanics, only because it's like you're making a game, you're pouring your heart and soul into this game. You want it to succeed, right? You want to make some money off of it. I think that's just a very normal feeling to have, is you did something, even if it's a passion project, you want to make money off of it. You know what I mean? Like Asmon with streaming, or most streamers, I would say, it's a passion project, and if they were offered more money, they would probably take it. You know what I mean? Obviously, if it's a very, very morally bad, or I don't know the right word here, but if it was morally deceptive, or like you felt really bad for doing like an advertisement, then obviously you won't do it. But if it's an advertisement that's like pretty accepted, then why not? You know what I mean?
Lost their minds over it.
That's like, hey,
like maybe you wouldn't have gotchas in your game, but maybe you'd put a battle pass or cosmetic DLC.
People talk about like Halo, like Elden Ring, for example. Like Elden Ring was hyped up to be like this massive, foundational, huge game that's going to change everybody's lives. And it came out and it was. It was as good as the hype. It was as good as everybody had hoped for it to be. And beyond that, it was even fucking better. And you know, another game that did that was Halo fucking 2. Halo 2 was so fucking insane for its time. You had online play. Halo 2 was the first time that it really brought console players and the broader gaming audience online.
Yeah.
Halo 2.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like Halo, I think I may have said Halo, but it was Halo 2 I was like really thinking of, that was just ahead of the times. Like they really brought innovation to the genre. Obviously, it's not like the games that we have now wouldn't be where it is. It's hard to say because there's no way to really know, but it definitely was an innovator.
Fundamentally changed how video games are played. Halo 3 is a better game, objectively, but Halo 2 was a bigger accomplishment and a bigger triumph for its time.
Yeah.
And Halo 2, whenever it came out, everybody was so hyped up for it, and it met every single one of those expectations.
Blew them away.
So fucking insanely good. I played it every day, man.
I mean, it was national news. With the successful launch of Halo 2, Bungie was on a pedestal and people couldn't.
Everybody at my school played it. We had like a clan and everything.
2007 finally rolled around, and if you thought the hype for Halo 2 was big, Halo 3 was even bigger. The multiplayer, the campaign, and the community were on a whole new level.
Yeah, they took like a lot of the missions or like
They just made the game better
back
across
in
the
Halo
board.
2, if you wanted to do zombies or infected, you had to kind of like do gentleman's rules for this, right? Where everybody starts as like brown, one person's green, and then they swap teams whenever they get killed. And then it's like, oh, you're not swapping teams because you got killed. And it was like always drama with this, right? Because a bunch of 14-year-olds. And like BXR, SWAT, let's see, what are some of the other modes that we had?
I don't remember them.
It's in Halo 2.
But they were fun.
I think
No shields.
yeah, probably SWAT and Infected are the two biggest examples.
SWAT. I think that's the one with no shields, right? And pistols? I can't remember.
It was the pinnacle of gaming.
Yeah,
so Bungie
Halo
did it.
3
They
was
had set out to
amazing.
create some of the best games of our era and were ready to throw in the towel after Halo 3. The studio had achieved what it set out to do. They were ready to move on.
It was really important to us to end on a high note with Halo 3.
But of course, Microsoft couldn't let that happen. Halo was the golden goose, and they weren't done with it. So Bungie was asked to create one more Halo game before leaving Microsoft. And
Which, to be fair, Halo Reach was really good. And I
really-
think ODST
yeah.
was good in its own right.
Yeah,
I preferred
I had
Reach,
fun.
But I think that Halo Reach...
It wasn't bad.
Now,
That was for
my
sure.
personal favorite, if I was going to go back and play any of them, would be Halo 3. However,
I
I
was
think
just
Halo
about to
Reach
say
was
that.
that game,
Like Halo 3 was my favorite. Probably by Halo 2. No, probably Reach and then 2. And then ODST.
better than 3 No Cap.
Halo Reach
Maybe it's
was a
nostalgia.
I haven't played the new one though.
campaign was emotional.
Infinite
Yep.
or whatever it's called.
Forge was unreal. That said,
For me, Halo Reach was better. Was better for me personally because I actually read the original 3 Halo books whenever they came out. I read them in like I was like 14, 9th grade, 2004.
I don't think Halo Reach was as.
I've read them. I don't remember when I did though.
I think it's a phenomenal game. I mean, it made
I like the story of Halo.
To many, it was peak Halo. However, for me, I believe Halo Reach wasn't made with as much passion as the previous Halos because the team had already told the Halo story they wanted to tell. Players were pretty sad when Bungie moved on from Halo.
And Halo
but
Reach was a
excited to see
prequel.
what they would do next. And as we watched Bungie give its farewell,
Well, I don't know about passion. I mean, game was really good.
New studio.
So it's hard.
Well,
Unless you
only a year had passed
heard
since
from
Reach,
them.
and it was announced that Halo 4 would be coming
Ugh.
out in 2012. At the time,
That was
most
such a
of us didn't
garbage
think
one.
about Halo 4 being made by another developer as being too big of a deal. We were just
I think that most of us were probably like, because I played Halo 4. I didn't buy Halo 4 because at that time I was just playing WoW. I was all the way in on WoW, and I didn't really give a shit about playing console games anymore. But I played it over at Jeff's house a pretty good amount. And Halo 4 was good. Like, I remember playing it.
I did not like it.
It's not as bad as people are saying it is. But if I remember right, Halo
Maybe because I
4
didn't play the
shipped and it
multiplayer.
didn't have
I just played the
ranked mode or
story
something
and
like
just
that,
was
right?
like, this is
Like, there
awful.
was some massive element of Halo 4 that just didn't get released on launch.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Let's see if I remember that. Halo 4 was okay. No multiplayer. Yeah, it was something fucking no split screen. Yeah, something massive was missing.
No
And
split
that's the
screen.
kind of stuff
Like
that really
co-op?
killed the game too.
Ooh.
Because split screen is like, I mean, how many of you guys played Halo split screen? Me and Zach, Mick Reevy, like the first game that we played together was Halo 1 split screen. It is fucking grandma's house in the den. that
Some
was
old memories,
basically
man.
just a garage with AC in it, and we would sit there listening to Nirvana with this fucking 21-year-old cat that would shit on the floor, and nobody cared because it's 21 years old. We're not going to get rid of it. It's not going to learn now. That's all there is to it.
Oh
And we
my
would sit there
God.
and we'd play Halo 1, man. It was so fucking good. And Halo
I don't know
2 came
why.
out, it was even
I
better.
thought he was like going to talk about like the old TVs back then. Those things freaking sucked.
Excited for more Halo. And on launch day, the hype clearly had a big impact.
Or if you played multiplayer split screen, like I remember we had it set up to where we had like some cardboard taped up onto the TV so that like one person would be standing and the other person would be sitting, so you couldn't see each other's screen, so you couldn't screen check. The amount of fights we used to get into, like, you screen checker, it's like
On Halo 4 because it made $220
was fun.
million.
Which was more than
Players
Halo
were
Reach.
eager to continue the story of Master Chief, but something was different. The gameplay was different. It just felt off. I mean, it looked like Halo.
Well, didn't I feel like Halo 4 had loadouts, right? Like, all of this has been such a long time ago, and as somebody who didn't play it super intensively, I remember
it's hard for me to remember.
Halo didn't have loadouts before then. If people wanted loadouts, they would have played Call of Duty. Like, in Halo, you started off with a pistol or an assault rifle or an SMG, and then you pick up the sniper rifle, you pick up the rocket launcher, and
exactly.
you use that.
Or shotgun.
But it didn't feel like
Sprint
Halo.
too.
And only after a few months in, players started dropping like flies, flocking back to Halo 3 and Reach. At the time, players thought that maybe it was just a fluke. 343 was learning the ropes and got caught up in that Call of Duty hype. Halo 5 will be different. 343 learned their lesson. Halo 5 rolls
Isn't
around and it
5
makes
even worse?
$400 million in its first 24 hours. So people
and
loved
you have to also keep in mind, like, all of these amounts of money that the games make, keep in mind that this is with inflation. So, like, the amount of money that they make, the amount of people that are able to afford this game becomes more every year. So it's not just a $180 million.
I think Reach, why it didn't make as much money is because it wasn't unnumbered.
Right? Nope. No co-op campaign, overly aggressive and competitive multiplayer, and no content at launch. How can a company screw up so many things that their predecessors, Bungie, had already paved the path for? Players at this point just hoped 343 was going to learn from their mistake.
I think that also, like, a really big factor for this too is the fact that a lot of the people that played Halo 1 and 2, by the time that Halo 5 came out, these people were out of college. They were in their career. They're working. They might have a family at this point. They're just simply not going to be investing a lot of their time into playing video games, period. And obviously, whenever the Master Chief Collection came out, like, people played Halo 3 a lot, but there's not a lot of people playing Halo 3 now that much. Halo 2 now that much? No, I think that really the truth is that, you know, this style of game also kind of got outdated. And I think, like, I didn't really play a lot of Halo Infinite. I think I played it for, like,
I mean, you have Destiny, and that's doing okay.
Something like that.
It's about similar.
But I really feel
made by Bungie.
This is something that Call of Duty did very well. Is Call of Duty saw that everybody was going for BRs, and they made Warzone. And Warzone made Modern Warfare, and it made Call of Duty a massive game again. Halo has refused to adapt. And I don't know why. I genuinely do not understand why Halo refuses to adapt. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like they're killing their own game.
Strangling it.
Listen to the community this time. And
put it in a box, not letting it grow.
Bonnie Ross said 343 will do better and promised there will be a co-op campaign this time. The next Halo will be different.
And I would say for any FPS going out forward, we will always have split screen in going forward.
Well, that wasn't included in launch, and they said it was coming, and now inexplicably it has been canceled. Split screen co-op has been canceled in Halo Infinite.
We have had to make the difficult decision not to ship campaign split screen co-op and take.
Oh my God!
That's what the issue is right there. It's that you have all of these massive fucking things, and you ship a game that's incomplete.
Exactly.
That's what the main issue is that you have to make this.
Like, there was no hard decision. You just are an idiot. Like, you should have delayed the game. That's not a hard decision. You're from Microsoft, who has more than enough money to let you guys delay it to add that feature.
Amount of money you have to sell this game, and selling the game is more important than making the game.
Yeah.
If you release a bad game, sometimes things need to be released with a few, nothing's going to be perfect on release. But if you ship a game that is missing a massive feature, people aren't going to play it.
Exactly.
The resources that we would use on that and go after this list and all these other things.
And I also want to say, too, a lot of this is actually probably not 343's fault in terms of the different features not being enabled on launch.
It's most likely Microsoft.
The truth is that Microsoft, in the same way that they
Sadly.
railroaded PUBG into releasing for Christmas, even though it wasn't ready, Microsoft is a massive publisher, and they probably just made them publish it for some holiday time or some different financial quarter, and that's all there is to it. This could probably not even be 343's fault. You could argue
it is
that
hard to say, though.
They didn't plan it properly, or like bad development. But overall, the release of it without these systems.
Yeah, when I said the hard decision, like I was referring to Microsoft's hands, not 343.
Might not have
Because obviously 343 has very little say on when a game gets released, or the game gets released.
been their choice.
About in just a sec.
How can a company with 6 years of development, $500 million, make a game with such little content, so many bugs, a garbage progression system, and just be okay to release it? How can 343 screw up this much? It just doesn't make sense. We've heard many answers from the community. 343 didn't earn it. 343 doesn't like Halo. 343 is trying to turn a party game into a competitive game. All valid answers. But you would think that if 343 really cared, they would figure out how to make a good Halo game. However, the main reason why 343 just can't make a good Halo game is something about the company is fundamentally broken.
I think that a huge factor is just simply because that they're getting pushed to publishing dates that make them cut corners on the game. I think this is a huge problem. It's happening.
Microsoft probably thought it was like it's a money thing versus a time thing. So it's like we gave you all this money, but not enough time to actually use that money efficiently.
Happened with a number of games beforehand. I don't think that's the only reason. I'm not saying, oh, if Microsoft didn't do this, it would have been great. I don't think that's the case. But I think it would have been substantially better, and the features probably would have been enabled on launch.
And also, this is kind of like, I'm thinking about it now, like, I don't really like this argument, because it's like Bungie, when they left Microsoft, it's not like they released an awesome game. Like, I played Destiny, it was good at first, but man, it got so boring so quickly.
Launch, and people would have been able to criticize the quality.
I haven't gone back in like 3 expansions. Like, I have no interest in it.
Compare 343 to Bungie. So Bungie's entire company culture revolved around making the best game possible. This drove them to make Halo bigger and better each release. 343's focus, on the other hand, revolves around money, how they can make more of it. Every Halo game they release has less content and has gotten worse.
Even indie games don't have problems with creating a progression system, yet multiverses and Splitgate just fucking blow Halo Infinite out of the water. You don't even have a progression system.
It's easy to see the difference in quality between these two studios, but it's not as easy to see why there's a difference. And this is why 343 doesn't have the capacity to make a good game. The leaders of the company don't put quality of the game first.
Well, there's no innovation in the game.
There is that too.
Is it?
I mean, you don't really need that much innovation. If you're making a very solid game, it's going to at least do average. But the problem is they're also missing like a lot of content. Like, it's very dry.
I feel like with a lot of Halos, a lot of the recent Halo games that I've seen, and I have a limited understanding of this. So please, if I'm ignorant of this, you know, you can discount what I'm saying. But from my observation, it seems as though the Halo games made by 343 do not have a tremendous amount of innovation. Like, for example, Halo 3 didn't have a lot of innovation. I think Halo 2, for its time, was more innovative than Halo 3. However,
it was the same with Reach.
It was perfect in the ways that it doubled down on. And I think Halo 4, you know, like trying to take things from other games and apply them into their game, and then also not following the trends because they don't really understand what makes these things popular. They only understand that they are popular. It's like, for example, it's like a math homework. Whenever you copy somebody's answer, but it doesn't mean that you know how to do the problem. And I think this is kind of what happened with Halo.
Put money first. And this culture of money first thinking trickles down to everyone. Even if you are a 343 developer that just loves Halo. Any reward as an employee only comes when your work is furthering.
I mean, that is pretty cool. You can change the armor like that.
Yeah, all the details are. I love it. This is the first time.
Oh, so you're really hoping it doesn't crash, right?
That's fantastic.
Now, I haven't answered a very important question. Why wouldn't 343 prioritize making the best game? Won't that make you more money as a company? At first glance, this seems obvious. Make a good game, you'll make...
Genshin is a perfect example of that. Like, take away all the monetization of Genshin, and it's still a really, really good game. It's just, now that you have your good game, you add those monetizations so you can make money off of them. Lost Ark is the exact same way.
Money.
Oh, right? Man, let's settle down here.
Like, it's a much better game without it, you can argue. But
budget, then sure, you're bound to sell copies.
Like, if the game by itself without, like, if you take away the microtransaction stuff on it, if it's not a good game without that, it's not going to be a good game with it.
But large AAA companies discovered a way to make more money than ever before without necessarily making a great game. Live service games. You may have noticed that an increasing number of AAA...
By the way, I want to say that the way I diverge from this is I love live service games. Because it
World of Warcraft is technically a live service game.
means they continually grow and get updated.
Yeah.
And in the same way that, like,
I really don't mind live service games. Just because that's most free-to-play games, let's be fair. My thing is, like, when it's... when they add things to inconvenience you, so you can pay for the convenience part of it.
Shift away from the live service games that are in a bad state, and I come back to them whenever they're in a good state. I love live service games whenever there's new content that comes out, because it makes me feel like I'm playing in a living, breathing world that's continuously being developed. I don't think every game should be a live service game. I don't think Elden Ring needs a battle pass. But I think that having systems like this where their game continuously grows and adds more content and more...
Not gonna lie, if Elden Ring had one, I'd pay for it. Like, if you promised me, like, actual content coming out later for the Elden Ring, that's not like just an arena, I would pay for it. Just straight up.
Depth to it is cool. Every big surprise. The, resident MMO Andy is a big fan of live service games. Yeah, I do like this. But all live service games are not created equal.
Exactly.
Like, Halo Infinite is a live service game, but so is Final Fantasy 14.
The games launched live service games with battle passes and content roadmaps.
Yep.
Why? They make a lot more money after launch day.
They do.
Thanks to microtransactions.
True,
you no longer just make money when people purchase your game. It's not one and done. You can make money now during its entire lifespan.
All right. Where was I?
Thanks to microtransactions.
True,
you
true,
no
true.
longer just make money when people purchase your game. It's not one and done. You can make money now during its entire lifespan. The developer is inclined to continue supporting the game and its community long after
I mean, it
launch.
makes
But
sense.
It doesn't help that 99 out of 100 live service games coming out these days are only that way because executives are rushing out unfinished products, and most of these games just end up in the AAA graveyard next to Anthem. Still,
And that's what's so bad, man, is that whenever a game like that fails, it's so damaging. Like, think about how many people lost their job after Anthem failed. It's sad.
Which sucks because Anthem was actually pretty fun.
There are a few games that have found long-term success with this model.
Like the core gameplay.
World of Warcraft, Destiny 2, but I would argue that the success of these live service games have hindered the creation of sequels long overdue. It's been 20 years since Warcraft 3 came out.
True.
20 years. Where?
Yeah, but I don't think that's why we're not seeing a Warcraft 4. I mean, RTSs just aren't doing as well as they used to.
In the world is Warcraft 4.
True. So fucking true.
The reason Blizzard hasn't made it yet, despite Warcraft 3 being so successful, is because they haven't figured out.
The re-release of Reforged was not successful. I mean, they did it dirty, but
how
to
to
be
make
fair,
it a live service.
Nope, that's not why. No. I completely disagree with this. StarCraft 2 is a live service. Are they making StarCraft 3? No, they're not. The reason why they're not making StarCraft 3 is because RTS games are dead.
unfortunately, yep.
That the genre is dead. Like, that's the reason. It's not any other thing besides that. Listen, I can go and I can bring a box of games that you can install onto Windows 95 that are RTS games. Okay? Red Alert, Pharaoh, Age of Empires, I can go on. All of the other Command & Conquers as well. I love RTS games. I think they're fucking amazing. StarCraft is another one. I had that for the Nintendo 64, though, actually. I had to get a special, like, adapter.
It was pretty laggy.
To play the Brood War part of it.
Yeah.
Empire Earth, I had Empire Earth. Like, I had Age of Mythology, I had Age of Mythology. Dawn of War, I had Dawn of War.
Dawn of War was really fun.
I had so many of these fucking games, man. Yeah, Generals, Bro, Cody would come over and play Command & Conquer Generals, man. I remember that so fucking clearly.
Yeah, I played it a lot with my brother.
And I think that's why they're not making Warcraft 4, is because StarCraft is dead and RTS as a whole is dead.
So here we sit in 2022, having watched our favorite IPs disappear or just be bastardized by the companies we once revered. What do we do now? For every bad AAA game released, 10 great indie games are released.
I really wish that more people knew about this, because there are so many incredible indie games that have come out. Like, I remember, I think that we spotlighted this one and this one at the OTK Games Expo even. Like, we love indie games. I'm a huge fan of this stuff. I think it's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of, like, people who've been gaming for a long time, like, they don't mind indie games. But I think for anyone who's, like, newer to it, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, obviously I don't know because I'm not in that position, but I just feel like that would be the reason why. It's hard to garner, like, newer gamers to an indie game, unless it's on mobile.
So it's not like it's gone.
Simultaneously. I mean, why is the Untitled Goose Game the best stealth game I've ever played?
My boo! Hey! I'll just take this.
Why is Hollow Knight, with its dreary atmosphere and tight gameplay, the best Metroidvania? And why is a roguelite indie game?
They don't really make Metroidvanias. Like, I can't think of a single AAA Metroidvania.
About escaping hell over and over. Sounds simple, but play just so perfectly.
Because the gameplay is good, and the gameplay is all that fundamentally matters.
Yeah.
Not because these indie
especially for games like Hades.
Have oodles of cash on hand. It's because they did one thing and one thing only.
Gameplay.
Followed the fun. That game about escaping hell over and over is the breakout phenomenon Hades. And I can't.
And I think I feel like a very big compounding factor in Hades' success is the fact that it has an incredibly well done storyline.
And I also think, like, the visuals are very like, pleasing to the eye. It doesn't look like an indie game.
The storyline for Hades, I think it's amazing. Like, as somebody who grew up with his parents was divorced, like, I found it very meaningful. I liked it a lot. So it was not just the gameplay; it was multiple things.
Yeah.
Think of a game
like, all around, like, even though it was an indie game, like, music was really spot on, visuals were really striking, the combat was very solid, the story, at least Asmund was relatable, but it was still, like, actually interesting.
Game studio more focused than them on following the fun. Why? Because Supergiant Games spent 2 years with Hades in early access, making sure every detail of the game was what the
Only 2 years in early access.
2 years. I know you hear early access and like live service, you imagine all the train wrecks over the years.
Yes.
But Hades and Supergiant did it right. Hades creative director
streaming.
Greg Casavan said
One
this
second.
about its 2-year early access. With Hades, we
Okay.
identified that we wanted to make an early access game first and foremost to see what we could build in partnership with our community. So the plan was to do early access from the get-go. Supergiant wanted Hades to be in the hands of the community, not for the quick buck like these other games, but because Supergiant wanted to build a fun game that the community would love.
I mean, you did bring up Cyberpunk as if they were just in it for the money, and that wasn't the case at all.
This culture, this mentality of following the fun is what sets apart Supergiant Games and a variety of other indie studios from AAA. Us gamers really only want one thing: to play a fun game,
Yeah,
alone
just want to
or
play a
with our
game.
buddies. And indie studios really understand this concept because their game
Not always. There's a lot of indie games that are just trash.
too. Indie
Like really boring.
This is actually a huge reason why Dark and Darker exists. And it's even the
Yeah.
devs and the guys that make the game have even said, they're like, yo, we're guys that love gaming. We don't like where it is right now, and we're here to change it. It's great.
are reminiscent of Tomohiro or the original Bungie team. Solo or small team developers who are focused on building something they or their community actually want to play. We seem to have come full circle. Yes, new tools have made it easier than ever to make games, and yes...
And I think that the new tools that make it easier than ever to make games are actually very much being underplayed in how much they open up the ability for people to publish their games.
Yeah, it's much easier, but it's still still really difficult. As someone who's dabbled into it, it's not easy.
Like, for example, in the 80s, how could you really self-publish a game if you were the Dark and Darker team? Well, you'd have to go through Nintendo, you'd have to go through PlayStation or something like that, or at that time, I guess Atari.
PC was a thing, just not as big.
You can self-publish a game. The barriers to entry are so much lower and so much easier for you to get your game in the hands of other people. Yes,
100%.
Konami, yeah.
Yep.
It's just completely opened it up in a massive way, and I think it's a great thing.
It has made publishing games incredibly simple. But that's not the main reason we are entering the golden age of indie games. If it was, the 100th Minecraft copycat would be rolling in money right now. The reason why indie studios are dominating the video game industry is because indie studios have what AAA studios don't have.
I don't think they're dominating it, but they're... yeah, I don't think nothing's really changed. Good indie games are going to blow up. Minecraft, Stardew Valley. That's always been the case, where if you have a really solid indie game, it's really good, it's going to blow up. It has nothing to do with, the AAA game space, I think.
They're dynamic.
Like culture and a desire to follow the fun.
No matter what, that's who Bungie is. We're always going to make what we want to make, and we're going to make it a game that we want to play.
Bungie fucking stood
Destiny isn't even that good.
Too, whenever they left Microsoft. They said, fuck you, we're going to do our own thing.
Dude, Destiny's not that good.
Not conference, right? Yeah, let me link you guys. Yeah. They dropped their mic and they fucked off. Yeah, exactly. And Activision? Yeah. And then went to Activision? Well, I feel like a lot of the people that play Destiny are happy with the way the game is.
If they stayed. For the ones who have stayed till now, then I would agree. But I know a lot of my friends who used to play with me for Destiny 1, and some of Destiny 2 just stopped playing.
Yeah, I definitely feel that way. By Sony? Yeah. And no, they're not at all. Yes, it's boring. Really? Well, I guess maybe that's not a good example. I never played Destiny 2. I have no idea.
Oh, wow.
I feel like the people that like it really like it. The people that don't, I guess, don't. It's hard to say. And Destiny's even better now that Bungie's solo again. Yeah, some people say that. Maybe some people don't. It's
I didn't realize that.
For sure.
Maybe I'll go back to it. I doubt it, though.
See why it's so popular, despite it being from a very small content creator. So I'll go ahead and I'll give them a sub and I'll give the video a like. I think this is a great thing. And the fact that indie games are getting more popular now and the barrier to entry is so much lower, And just a few guys with a dream can make a game happen much more easily than they could in the 90s and even really the 2000s, with how much distribution has changed and everything about that. You don't have to worry about physical copies anymore. This is fucking amazing. And we are going to see so many good games come out. I'm very happy to see it.
And there's so many assets available to you, like that are kind of mostly free compared to what it was. So really good video. I do disagree with quite a few things, because I think if throughout the time with games, if you're making a really good game, whether indie or AAA, it's going to blow up as long as you're making good games. Okay, so next video on here is has Dragonflight sold poorly? The State of WoW 2023. If I had to guess, I would say probably more poorly than the recent expansions, only because BFA or Shadowlands probably burned a lot of people, and they just do not trust Blizzard anymore. So,
all right, did Dragonflight actually sell poorly? Is Blizzard dead? Is WoW dying? Is it over, guys? Oh my god.
That was loud.
Welcome back. Alright, here's the deal. Blizzard haven't released anything, but quite a few of us are beginning to suspect that Dragonflight may not have sold as well as, say, Shadowlands.
Dead game.
This time, I'm actually not.
It makes sense, though.
About that. And it might sound a little.
No, I'm not either. I'm not at all, because I actually do think Dragonflight sold poorly. I would assume that it did.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Like, absolutely.
Insane, but that's actually where I'm at after taking in.
It deserves to sell poorly.
Yeah, two crappy expansions.
Shit expansions.
A really bad one. Shadowlands was probably the worst expansion I've ever played.
Worldwide news.
All that I can see.
Oh, the scandals. Yeah.
Now, the next time that we'll see some hard data is, of course, the next Activision Blizzard earnings call. But even that will be rather vague.
Ooh, we gotta watch
I've
that.
already got our team working on a statistical analysis of Season 1 participation as compared to the past.
I love
We
graphs.
actually can pretty much go apples to apples with some launch timings of Shadowlands, which is great for the data.
True, true.
But while the team's working away at that, let's have a chat about what's going on. And today's sponsor. Us and our newly revamped Patreon loot, which for the first time ever has got a journal. Yeah, we actually have
I'm gonna be honest. I was so worried that Belluar's sponsor was the microphone that he was using.
That thing sounded like garbage.
I'm gonna buy it. This is the worst ad. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh no. Oh no.
That's funny.
Custom notebook for this month, which I'm super hype about. We've actually also revamped quite a lot of what we're doing with the loot. So in addition to the notebook, you'll also get this beautiful lantern pin.
It's pretty cool.
I cannot wait to get these in. They look so goddamn awesome. Nice. So the lantern pin and some really cool art that is part of a special project. But yes, quite a lot of new things, and they will be, they'll be on our Patreon. So if you subscribe on our loot tier through the end of this month, you will get that, in addition to a bunch of other goodies too. You can check it out down below. Thanks for supporting us, and let's get to the video. Okay, why am I...
It's weird to see somebody with a house and they have white walls and there's not dirt all over the walls.
I'm sure it is for you.
Like pictures drawn on the walls. It's just weird to see that.
Ambitious. I mean, surely given this channel
doesn't have holes that rats crawl out of.
Really be a lot more on the side of, hey everyone, the game's going great. Jump aboard. Use my creator code. We don't have those. But
yeah, I wish.
Piece of evidence or suspicion number one is the 30-day free game time promotion.
Which is what they should have done for every fucking expansion that's ever been released.
Yeah, I really don't know what they were thinking on. I guess it's dumb that it just didn't come with the game.
If you buy the expansion, you should get a free 30 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty simple, actually. Quite shortly after the expansion came out, they bundled in a free month of game time with it for new purchases. Certainly felt a little bit rough for some people who just missed out on that, but obviously it is them trying to sweeten the deal. It's an incentive to get people to come back to the game.
Yeah.
Now, this idea of doing a sale very quickly after a game comes out or some sort of promotion is often kind of seen with games that struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
One of the things very critical is getting that, critical mass of users in your game. I mean, even take some of the more high-profile games that have had issues after launch, such as, say, the Battlefield franchise, where they've had decently deep discounts fairly shortly
I'm surprised
after
people
launch.
still play Battlefield.
Seeing this game time promotion combined with one other thing, well, two other things, certainly had people a bit suspicious. And another one of those things is the Dragonflight free trial. Now, this is actually something that I think is a really, really good idea.
I've been saying this for years. Not for years. Ever since I started playing Final Fantasy XIV. That one of the reasons why Final Fantasy XIV is so great at retaining players is that it gets players invested into the game without having to spend money.
Yep.
And then they continue to spend money because they are already invested.
Exactly.
The truth is, like, nowadays in gaming, you have to have a free trial. You have to have a free version. Every single game has that. Like, whether it's PUBG, Fortnite, fucking, let's see, how many other, I think you can play Fall.
Yeah, the more barriers of entry to playing your game, the less people are going to play it. So.
All Guys for free now, too. Like, everything is free.
Your evoker, take them through their intro zone and through to the end of the Waking Shores at level 63. Pretty great. I'd say that maybe the evoker's not the biggest draw for this expansion in the way that the Death Knight or the Demon Hunter perhaps were in the past, but I think it's a pretty good way to get people a slight...
I think Evoker has the same amount of hype to it that Monk did.
I think it would have more if it was like you could do the big dragon, be like a warrior version of it. You know what I mean? Like, I have not been a fan of like the preservation and whatever the other one is called.
Of modern-ish World of Warcraft pretty quick. So a really good idea, but also something that to a lot of people just felt like, oh, why are you doing this promotion? Now I would say that surely pulling off something like this would require a decent degree of planning internally.
Yeah, I would assume so.
It may actually be the case that they thought it made the most sense to have the game come out. Maybe they felt quite strongly about the quality of the game, which I think would be fair enough.
I would hope so.
And then maybe they put this free trial in to try to get us players who are, the vanguard, who generally have had a good impression, be able to say to our friends, hey, you know what, this expansion's actually really good. Oh, and by the way, look, they just announced the free trial. It's even better.
Like, I think it'd be interesting if they had it where the free trial was up to max level, but you couldn't use, like, the auction house. You couldn't do raids or mythics, but you could do, like, world stuff. You know what I mean? Just so to make the world feel, like, a lot more fleshed out with players. Obviously, I think... who was it, Narc, who brought it up, where he felt like the world was pretty empty. So I think to help kind of curve those, for those people who like feel that way, is just to have it at level 70. You can still like do your pretty much anything a normal player would do. You just can't access the auction house. You can't. I would even say you can do BGs. You just can't do arena. You can do dungeons and Mythic 0, but you can't do above Mythic 0. And you can't do like raids, like stuff like that, unless you're subscribed.
You could see how that would make a degree of sense.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that's kind of a piece of evidence of maybe not the best sales in the universe is no big sales announcement post-launch.
Well, of course that's why. I mean, listen, if WoW hit 12 million subscribers again, Blizzard would find a way to let people know about it.
Yep.
Yeah, you announce whenever you win, and you don't talk about whenever you lose. It's smart.
Yeah, pretty simple. Whenever Shadowlands came out, Blizzard quite rapidly said that it had sold through 3.7 million copies. Now, that's not day one sales, of course. That is day one sales and pre-orders combined into one thing. They haven't done that this time round.
I mean, I was looking forward to Shadowlands only because I saw like the previews that like had like Arthas and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, cool, we get to see Arthas again. Maybe go into more of that. Maybe some of the other characters that were from the past. But it was just disappointment after disappointment with just awful mechanics.
Generally, the way that it goes in corporate communications is that if they bring your attention to something, that means it's really good.
Yes.
If they actively don't bring your attention to something, then, well, yeah, maybe they don't want you to think about that as much. Another thing then that I should mention is lower
Common
Twitch
sense.
viewers. Now, this is one of those things that we can actually use. Because it does mirror people actually having interest in the game. Now, there's a difference between Shadowlands and now. There's actually a few. As an example, the splitting out of the Twitch categories. Because yes, Classic is now a different Twitch category.
No, it's not. This was a mistake. Blizzard confirmed it was a mistake. I talked to them specifically about it, and that is no longer the case. So WoW is one.
It makes sense. What it didn't make sense why they had it separate. So, oh, poor chess. Wait, why is there two chests? Is this like real life chess? I don't know. This one's much more popular.
So that is one thing. However, when you actually look at the number of channels streaming World of Warcraft from these essentially like the little launch period between Shadowlands and between this expansion, you do find a similar amount of views, but it is lower for Dragonflight, and you find...
I was really kind of surprised about this. I thought that there would be a lot more people watching the game because they were giving away that mount. And the fact that they didn't have as many people watching the game because of that mount was really surprising to me. Yeah, these are peaks. So yeah, let's look at this data. This one right here is Battle for Azeroth. This is Classic WoW. This right here is Shadowlands. This here is, I believe, this is 8.1. This here is the Race to World First. This one here is, I think, oh, that must be Sepulchre right there. That is the pre-patch of the expansion, and that right here is the launch of the expansion there itself.
Half the channels streaming the game, which certainly is a little bit spooky, and a bit of a factor there undoubtedly can be the splitting out of categories on Twitch. But overall, when you combine that with all of the...
I was expecting a lot more people to watch WoW because of the drops. I absolutely was.
Promotions that they've been running.
I guess. Since I hadn't played in a while, I actually didn't realize Feldrake was like anything special, I'll be honest. Like, I did it just to get the mount, but it wasn't because I thought it was special. It was like, oh, free mount. Okay, why not?
Other little tidbits like them
they've never done it
recently
before.
lowering the recruit a friend threshold to be it even includes an account which actually does have an active character. It's just now it's 1 year of lapsed time is now what somebody needs to be eligible. So it's just felt like if they've had a lever to drum up a little bit more interest in the game, they have pulled that lever,
which is a good thing. I think this is a very good thing.
This is something we did in our New Year's stream. Me and Matt just compared some...
Somebody actually brought up a really great point, is that Twitch viewership is down as a whole number. So I'll see if I can find some data on this. Twitch tracker. Let's see if
I mean, it makes sense.
Concurrent viewers, hours watched. Maybe we can look at this over the course of, right here. As you can see that overall Twitch viewership is down, but those peaks that we were looking at right here, the 2019 peak was Classic WoW, and then we're looking at 2020. This is about whenever whenever Shadowlands came out. At this point right here, Twitch was higher than it is now. So yes, and because obviously, well, what I'm saying is that BFA and Classic WoW were not affected by COVID, but Shadowlands and basically just Shadowlands was affected by COVID. So the numbers for Shadowlands would be inflated artificially because of COVID. And that was a very good point you brought up. That's true, and it's also reflected in the data.
Yeah.
Very
COVID helped a lot of games
like
with their numbers.
How many first 10 days-ish kills of the first boss of Ultimate Targets have we had versus, say, the Nathria first boss, Shriekwing. And the numbers there definitely surprised us in how they really did not look particularly good for Dragonflight, even though I think we would contend that it's a really quite excellent raid in an expansion.
I think that anybody who is a WoW player who's unhappy about this is stupid. Because WoW is good. It's better that WoW is good than WoW is popular. Because WoW being good will make it popular. WoW being popular will not make it popular.
Will not make it good.
That has started off excellently, but it just made us think.
I think he said that weirdly. Or wrongly.
I think the primary reason...
Like, WoW being popular will not make it good, but WoW being good will make it popular.
And I think this lines up with many things. It is that the perfect storm occurred for Blizzard. I do think that in terms of its overall, you could say, sort of design quality, that patch 9.1 is perhaps its worst patch ever. Now, you may look at many other patches and think, oh, that didn't
patch 9.1, worst patch ever. Yes, I would agree with that.
We add a lot of content. Surely the
6.1, the selfie camera patch was not... The difference is that the selfie camera patch did not make the game worse. Patch 9.1 took the game and it made it worse.
Twitter patch is worse. But no, I think if you take a look at patch 9.1 and Korthia, what was being asked of players, the broad design, that is essentially a period where people saw, okay, great, there's no artifact power anymore. But then a whole host of new problems came in to eat up that space whenever Shadowlands came out, right? That also happened at the same time that...
I quit the game before this.
You know, there was
so I'm not sure.
That even went into the launch of Shadowlands. And then we see that their first major piece of follow-up content does in fact still manage to have a lot of designs that very much do feel against the direction of player feedback.
Yes.
At the same time as this, the dam bursts in terms of...
I think that everything turned around. The time that it turned around was whenever Blizzard made it to where Blizzard did 9.15. I think everything before 9.15 was horrible, and everything after 9.15 was generally good, minus a handful of things.
The California Department of Fair, Employment and Housing's lawsuit against Activision Blizzard. I mean, can you imagine a worse lining up of things?
Yeah, it was really bad.
To your average player who maybe hears a bit of the news, the new patch comes out, it's pretty lame, they go back to the maw, it just doesn't feel great to them. They then see all of these terrible things that have happened, some recent, some historic, at the company, and you know, then they leave. Certainly, if I was to go by the anecdotal sort of side of things, that is when my entire guild stopped playing the game. So I think
that's the same with a lot of people. I mean, you've got to remember that was the month that I started playing Final Fantasy, and a lot of people moved over. And I think that it was obviously shown because Square Enix said that they had to lock servers. They were like apologizing to people. They had to postpone the free trial. Endwalker had server problems. So it's obvious that an effect was made. Because it...
Yeah, they had to stop selling Endwalker. Like, it was just too big. Like, I don't think Final Fantasy was ready for the fallout from WoW's poor decisions.
It's reflected in both games.
That was a real peak.
Because, I mean, obviously, they went to other games other than Final Fantasy, but Final Fantasy, I think, took the majority of the pie from those who left WoW.
And at the end of the day,
so
in a large company like this, you got to look at when do they change? When do they change and what motivated that change? And I think it's very interesting that patch 9.1.5
smart guy.
is the patch where they decided to start making the game a hell of a lot more friendly. And certainly...
This by itself, covenant swapping restrictions lifted. Like, that's... should be 9.00. Like, that's it. This shouldn't have never been there.
After the fact, they keep
this also
on in interviews talking about 9.1.5 being the time where they changed their design.
In this, like, it's just ridiculous.
Directions.
Yes.
Quite evidently early on enough in the Dragonflight development process to work in a bunch of that feedback to the game. And I think that's a large part of why Dragonflight is really a far more player-friendly expansion than what we've been used to. But ultimately, I think we have to expect the numbers going quite bad are what suddenly motivated that change.
Absolutely. I think that if people had stuck around and kept playing Shadowlands, we would be farming aspect power right now. 100%. Because they wouldn't change anything.
They wouldn't see a reason.
Remember, like, when was the last time they had a massive paradigm shift? It was after WoD. And why was Legion so good? It's because they were like, well, this obviously isn't working. Everybody's quitting the game. We're not even going to show our subscriber numbers anymore. Like, fuck, we have to change everything. So this already happened before.
Around the time of
yeah.
9.1.5. For a lot
like, that's the thing with, like, consumers. Like, you can make Reddit posts, you can make videos, but the thing that's going to speak the loudest is when you speak with your wallet.
A lot of people then...
For these companies.
You know, they broke their WoW habit. And it's gone.
And I think that's a very good point, is that, you know, the developers can say, like, oh, well, we've had this in the pipeline, and, like, oh, we can't change things, and, oh, this is the way the game is designed, and, oh, we can't change this. Bro, like, if you quit the game, they're going to change it. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, it's not like they can't do this, or, like, it's impossible or something like that. No, they absolutely fucking can. And I think Covenants prove that.
Idea of goodwill being burnt as well. I think that is a fairly massive thing. You know, WoW has had rough expansions, it's had bad times, but it's never had two in a row. Not
that is true.
As protracted as this time.
Especially, I don't think they've ever had as big as an L in Shadowlands that they in previous expansions. I truly believe it is the worst expansion WoW has ever released, from almost any angle, especially on, like, the lore end. For those who actually kind of care, I don't care a lot about, like, the characters, not like have like magazine or like posters and or like statues, but it's like I grew up on it, like Arthas. Like, that's, I played Classic, I played Burning Crusade, I even played obviously Wrath. Classic, I mean Vanilla. Sorry, because I like the actual vanilla when it came out, and to me it's like I do have like a connection with these characters, and they just freaking did them all kinds of dirty.
When we're in an environment where there's really viable competition because there's so many.
Just felt really bad, man. Especially Arthas. Like, what the hell?
A little bit more to the modern times. For a lot of people, it doesn't feel like the Warcraft that they know, right? They see the cinematic trailer, and rather than some extremely...
Yeah, the cinematic trailer, I think the tone was just weird. Like, it was very, like, playful almost. Like, I think it would have been much better had they had the, a few, like, the bosses you would end up fighting. Like, I don't know. It's like, think about the trailers that, like, were really good. Wrath. Like, it was all about the Lich King, right? It's not about you, the hero, doing hero things. It's like, no, this is the big bad guy you have to go fight. What's the other one? It's Illidan, right? You are not prepared. It's all about him, big bad evil guy. But Dragonflight didn't really have that. It was just like, look, you get dragons, and we're about to visit a Dragon Isle. And that's about it.
High muscle mass orc who's
yeah,
full of sweat, doing some big scream with an axe. The sort of, hey, I like beer and heavy metal.
Yeah, but to be fair, these trailers weren't, like, super big. Like, I honestly think the Wrath of the Lich King trailer was probably one of the best trailers WoW's ever released.
Vibe, perhaps.
Yes, exactly. Belior is 100% right. World of Warcraft was all about big, masculine, sweaty, hairy men killing.
No, because you had, like, the, like, Burning Crusade, I think you had the Blood Elf, right? And Vanilla, you had the Night Elf running through the woods, and you had the Dwarf with his bear.
Each other. And it was fucking beautiful. So, like, whenever you have some skinny little dragon boy, hi, oh, look at me, I can cast spells now.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Like, let's get back to fucking this right here. Come on, man. Yeah.
Yeah, the preservation and what devastation I think is the other one. Anyways, like I don't know. Like I think the humanoid dragons look better than the actual dragons, which is just dumb.
Absolutely. I mean, they did change the way it's designed. They changed like the fundamental what's the word for it? Like the vibe of the game.
You know, kind of merging in some of the Frank Frazetta style stuff.
Yeah.
With,
that was a pretty cool one.
He's pretty large inspiration for Samwise and Chris Metzen and all that stuff way back in the day. That's maybe the sort of vibe feeling that got them into the Warcraft universe. And for a lot of those people, in the same way that Shadowlands didn't feel like that because of what Shadowlands' lore was like, Dragonflight, I think...
Well, it's like we had one character that was a little bit like that, which was Denathrius. And then Crexus is like, oh, he's dead. But so he's gone. Like, well, then now what the fuck? And that's it.
Is significantly more successful in its lore, and lots of it really is diving into the Warcraft mythos that it really is in a way that I'm actually enjoying tremendously thus far. But for a lot of people, the marketing and public positioning of this expansion did not exactly reflect the core part of Warcraft that they have.
Yeah, people said it went woke.
Yeah, I would agree. Like people said that, but it's like I said, they don't have like the enemy on there. It's like even the jailer, as dumb as he is, it's like at least he was an enemy that kind of looked whole in his armor and stuff. And like when you saw his shadow like of him, it was like, oh, kind of interesting. But it's like, of course, they really messed that up. But either way, it's like they almost always show like the conflict of it.
They said, oh, wow, the game is woke now. It's not the same as I remember it. It's not the way it used to be.
As a bit of a common touch point. Yes, Warlords of Draenor was a weird time travel expansion, but it was full Warcraft.
Oh, it was time travel, but like we traveled back in time to where we fight and we kill a bunch of big, hairy, sweaty men.
Big and hairy, like that part's like I don't know why they keep bringing that up, because it's like think about the two like main villains people think about. Like I said, it's Arthas and Illidan. It's like, yes, they're big men, but it's like they're not sweaty. They're not hairy. They got hair, I guess, but yeah. No, I mean, like, just having a cool-ass villain to fight against. I mean, they tried to do that with Sylvanas, and it's like she was already, like, a fan favorite. Like, why'd they try to make her an enemy? Like, Garrosh was fine, just because a lot of people hated Garrosh, so...
That's it. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Then Legion, it's like, what's one of the main characters in Legion? A big, hairy, sweaty man with horns and wings. And then he's trying to kill an even bigger, hairy, sweaty man with a fire sword. It fits together.
That's funny.
It's, I mean, not to say that just orcs, but it's tone, right?
Yeah, the tone, for sure.
As you look at this, and we're diving really with the dragons and more into material.
Like, this was an interesting trailer, but I wasn't like... It didn't make me hyped about the game in any way.
Places that most people aren't really aware of. Yes, people know there are dragons in Warcraft, but I really don't think the dragons have been the reason why people have came to World of Warcraft. Now I think this expansion is presenting a good reason.
Well, it's also because they didn't really depict them in like a better light. Like when you're fighting Malagos, like that was a cool fight. When you're in the like, what was it? Ruby Sanctuary, I think it's called. And Wrath, like those were cool fights. It's just like this trailer like doesn't depict that tone of fighting against like bad guys. Like it's just you're gonna chill with dragons, which is kind of like grade school.
For that to change, I'm portraying them in a way that I'm really enjoying.
I think it's great. I think the new story is good, for sure.
But for a lot of people...
Yeah, but it's like the story itself is good when you're playing it, but like this story here just isn't that good, gonna be honest.
And that means that it's all going to come down to...
Like, I think it would have been cooler if it focused more on the, Druxul? Whatever I don't remember the names of it. But like the ancient enemies of the dragons. And I don't mean the proto-drakes. I mean the actual ones that like to hunt them out of the sky.
The wait-and-see effect. And this is where I bring up Mists of Pandaria. MOP's launch was kind of rough, right? I mean, there was the whole, oh, so many daily quests.
Like even Mob, Miss Pandaria, I think their trailer wasn't that good either. It was okay, especially in the beginning, but I think it would have been way cooler if like it actually showed one of the Shaws, um, you know, as the main enemy, like taking down the airships, like it just coming out of the ground because of all the conflict and like just tearing shit up.
What will I do? There was that whole thing, and there was also people who looked at it, rolled their eyes, and decided they wanted to have nothing to do with it.
I thought it was fucking stupid. I was one of those people. Obviously,
Yeah.
I didn't quit, right? But I was like, what do you mean, Mists of Pandaria? Like, this is a joke in Warcraft 3. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, you take a look at the subscription numbers for Mists of Pandaria, and what you actually find is that in the period of time after patch 5.2, when you got 5.3, you've also got 5.4, the numbers actually bump up a little bit. And that was a time where the story was really pretty great. I mean, could you not watch the patch 5.4?
Yeah, I quit kind of midway through Miss Pandaria, but I came back when I saw like the Thunder King trailer.
Again, numbers go up. Who's on the screen? A big, hairy, sweaty fucking guy.
I don't know, I didn't like Garrosh as the villain. I think he was pretty dumb.
It's just like... There you go, you're onto something. I am.
Like Garrosh is like a boss in a dungeon. Like he did not deserve to be a raid boss.
What the fuck is this?
Launch
Oh, there we go.
trailer and think, fuck yeah, this looks like a really cool patch. I think even the people who were maybe a little bit confused.
I actually thought that subscriber numbers went up in patch 5.2, the Thunder King. Which, again, by the way, who's the Thunder King?
About the inclusion of the Pandaren in this universe, they probably will have seen that patch trailer and thought, oh, hey, that's Warcraft,
Big
man.
hairy
I
man.
want some of that. So I do feel that for quite a few people, there's this wait-and-see effect. Some of that is about how much does this expansion really resonate with the Warcraft of old. I would say in some ways yes, in some ways no, and I want to see how they escalate things and if they can pull together a satisfying escalation of stakes. They certainly were not able to in Shadowlands, but when I look at the setup that they've actually woven here, I do think that they've got a pretty good chance. On the other side, of course, is waiting to see if the game mechanics are good. And thus far, I think we really have...
Like, I think, obviously, and like I've said it before, well, they could have done more with this trailer. I think another angle they could have gone at was having like a big war between the proto-drakes and the dragons, like in the sky there. Just having them like take each other out.
I've seen that
it would look like Jurassic Park kind of thing.
I think that is the reason why people have not, perhaps, came back to Warcraft in as super engaged a way as they had in the past. Where, I mean, hey, look at the start of Warlords of Draenor. Look at those subscribers spike way, way, way up. But the thing is that versus the past, as I said, WoW has died many times before, but it's never died twice in a row. And that's the bit that's got us. We've had 2 dud expansions, bunch of meta context around that that's been rough, that combines...
This part was cool, but it's just, I think like the way they did it was dumb.
There are way, way, way more games out there, and also there's the effect of new media, right?
I think that also a big factor is that a lot of WoW players did not stop becoming WoW players, but what instead they became is MMO players. So they moved over and they played Final Fantasy. I think
Lost Ark
probably tried out Dragonflight. I think they played Lost Ark. They played New World.
New World. Didn't think about that.
Like smaller MMOs that are like more niche for things that they enjoy, like RuneScape, Albion Online, Tower of Fantasy,
Guild Wars 2.
Kind of stuff. Guild Wars 2. Yeah, all that stuff. So it makes sense that I think that's really what Shadowlands did, is it didn't make everybody quit WoW and go to Final Fantasy. It made people quit WoW and play other games in general, including WoW whenever it's good, which is why you see a lot of people coming back and playing Dragonflight now.
Versus 2010, when it was just Total Biscuit, Jesse Cox, and a few people doing YouTube videos that were, I mean, in so many ways a lot more simple than the whole ecosystem that exists now. Now we're in a stage where information spreads fast. Obviously, strident opinion tends to spread the fastest. And you then have the strange thing, is that updates to stories get far less coverage, right? So let's just say we do it.
The original story will get more.
Fucking suck. That's why. And who are the stories about? Sylvanas? Nobody gave a fuck about Sylvanas. Anduin? Nobody really cares. Like, let's get an update to the story of, like, Garrosh. Remember whenever the Garrosh cinematic came out? Everybody fucking loved it. You know why? Big, hairy, sweaty man. That's it. I could fucking go on and on.
I wasn't a fan of Garrosh. Like I've said it before, but it's like, to me, he was just a big dumb idiot who was a mama's boy. And when she died, he like became all emo. It's just like everything about Garrosh is just like, what a, like, he's one of the worst like characters I've ever seen in terms of like actually being a badass. It's like they just gave him artificial power.
On and on.
I'm gonna end the stream now. I got stuff I gotta take care of. All right, see.